Okay.
J43R_ was first.
J43R_. Let's go. Okay, okay. Open this, open this. Open this. Release candidate 5. You're on a roll lately. Let's go. Okay, so I think I don't actually need a bingo board open for the first few things I want to practice. I mostly just want to practice a few bosses to start. Things that I know that I'm just bad at. Yo, what up, Loaf of Bread? What up, Vulcan? Let's just start. I guess this doesn't really matter. Let's start with Rolana practice, because I know that Rolana is one of those bosses that I just need help with. I just straight up need help with. Is Rolana on the list? That's the one. Yep. Rolana is the list. Right now, the list is Rolana. That's the list. There. Oh, oops. I need to rebuild it real quick without the fog wall, since I'm not going to be doing the thing. I'm not actually going to have the bingo program going. Rolana is easy, though. Sure. Let's go with that. Let's go with that she's easy. Not that she has a ton of moves that will roll catch you even if you roll at the right time, and then just kill you if you're trying to do it early and you're not super set up. Let's go with she's easy. Yeah. Like a 150 level build. Yeah, no, this is RL1. I mean, technically it's kind of equivalent to like RL like 40 because we have a bunch of vigor, but yeah, this is and oftentimes you would want to rush her enough that you're doing her with low skidoo. So let's practice as though that is the case. We are going to be very low skidoo, and, you know. So I'll just set up immediately, and we'll just go... We'll just go see. We'll get some random weapon from Round Table Hold and or a katana. I mean, a katana is probably a decent practice weapon. I mean, speaking of, there's a Nagakiba, which is like a very good katana. Obviously, Iron Ball would be a great pick here. Morning Star would be a decent pick here. Knight's Greatsword, I think, even wouldn't be like a terrible pick. And then Nagakiba is like a really good katana. Like, all of them are potential practice picks for sure. That we could practice with. Let's go just check on what the katana check is. Like, if it's a regular katana that's not the length of Nagakiba, that's probably better practice. Because you need to be ready in case your katana that you happen to get is just not that long. Because otherwise, Nagakiba would be a great one. Najikaba, yeah. Is that what V-Sweat said? Najikaba? It is. That's wild. Yo, what up, Bep? Hyped for the Bingus. Just practice today, but hopefully we can learn. We can do good. Do we know when Season 5 is set to start? October 3rd is the currently planned start date. We shall see how that, if that remains. But I believe that is the currently planned start date. Okay, so I'm only gonna grab the, you know, skidoo and stuff that would be like pretty directly along the way. I'm gonna treat it as though, what if I had to rush Rolana? What if it was a board where it's Rolana, Consort, Bale, PK, Metter, like there's literally nothing but Rolana to do. And it just was the obvious, you must do this first. To give myself some more options for stuff, I am going to grab the Savage Lion's Claw, although I'm not expecting to actually put that on. Okay, Rakshasa's Great Katana is a great weapon, which means I don't actually want to use it because it'll be too good. So I'll use Nagakiba instead for practice. I think Nagakiba should provide good enough practice.
Good luck, bitch.
Interesting teams, how did they come to be? People said yes to competing, and then Dom made the teams himself to make them relatively fair, but also putting people that he thinks would, you know, work well together, have fun playing together. Right? Like Chris and Adef being, you know, team positive vibes. Like that's gonna be fun. Bree wanting to play. The obvious choice to put her with was Tom because they are very good friends. Like, not that I think that Bree would be awkward around anyone else, but it's like, if you're gonna put her with, like, her and Tom, I think are gonna do really well together. Me and Aggie, because obviously he wanted us to be breast buddies, but then chickened out of that and didn't let us have the name. But that was obviously the intention. Yo, what up, Gaggin? So nice that Blueberry Brioche is participating again? Yeah. Any reason for only 6 teams, not like 8 or something? Don't know. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that one too much. Like, I had noticed that there were only 6 teams. Is that how many teams there were on the previous 2v2 season? Like, I don't know. That's still technically more players than in other seasons where you'd have, like, 8 players. This is still 12 players, just on 6 teams. But, yeah, I don't know. You two do be Sekiro goats, yeah. We probably are the longest friends of any of the teams. Since we have been friends since literally before Elden Ring came out. And I think most other people kind of met with Elden Ring. cool in that photo of yours. That suit looks cool. Thank you. It's just hanging up in my closet. I have no idea where it came from. Because that's not like the usual... And in anything that I've had that I've worn a suit, I have not worn that, like, brown suit. I usually just wear, like, a black and white suit. Like, you know... Like, oh, there's, you know, a wedding happening or whatever. Like, cool, I've got a suit. Hasn't usually been that one, so I don't know exactly where that came from. I think, as a pure speculation, I think it was a theater prop suit from in college when I played the role of a politician in a play. And they probably were like, yeah, just go to Goodwill and buy a suit and wear that for the play. And I think I think I remember that might have been the suit. Went to Goodwill, bought it, and it was like, yeah, that is your suit. Keep it afterwards. It just manifested in my closet on its own. Perhaps that was it. $22. So that becomes $12.22. What's up? More players. Season 3 also had 6 teams, I believe, but in solo seasons there are 8 players teams, so 2-person teams are shorter because less matches, but maybe it's more hectic. Yeah. It's like a good, like, middle ground. I do think there are... I think getting 8 teams would be possible, but I do think the 12 people that we have are, you know, a very, very good group of 12. Like, I don't think there is, like, 4... people that I'm like, oh, we're missing these 4 people that would be, you know, that we're such, it's incomplete without these 4 extra people. Like, I can definitely think of 1 or 2 other people that I think people might want to see as well, but I think we've got a good set of people. You know? It's so long, the Nagakiba. That might make practicing too easy. Like Gino and Parky. Yeah, those were 2 that I was thinking of. And Zoodle. Zoodle also played really well. Although, you do need some people to be commentators, so... If you got every single possible person, you'd have 0 commentators left, you know? 0 full-time commentators left. Because you could always have some players commentate some, but... I'm following much Elden Ring lately. Been busy watching Midge. Hey. If they did add Gino and Parky, I'm guessing Parky would take my spot of partnering with Aggie. And then... Would it be me and Gino? Is that too busted of a team? Who knows? Alright, what if we call this our practice file for Rolana? I mean, I do have a bunch of unspent runes here. Maybe I just... Maybe for the sake of practice, I throw those runes just into a bit more, Sure, and then just some faith. Close enough. You and Gino should be illegal. AI commentators versus Dom. Oh no. Who are the commentators if we know? I know Zoodle's going to be doing a lot of commentary. I believe Dr. Doot is coming back for commentary. I think there's at least one or two others that are like full-time commentators that I can't remember at the moment. I mean, I would love to do some commentary as well, but I don't think that's the general vibe, because he wants like a single commentator for like an entire round. And obviously I would need to play in a round, so... Oh, also, let me change my flasks. Okay, Rolana practice time. I'm gonna make a save file here so that if needed, I can get all this back. In case I kill her and go, that wasn't enough practice. Let me practice again. Ralala time. Parky is commentating at some point? Yeah. Oh yeah. Did I not say Parky? I thought I said Parky. Yeah, Parky, Zoodle, Dr. Doot. I think that... Maybe that's all that I know of? Okay. Yep. That apparently does not let you roll in between those. Forgot how fast-paced she is because she's not in Night Rain. Yep. She had scheduling problems last year in October, so I guess that could be the reason. We didn't want to play with one arm down behind his back so things stay fair. Uh-huh. Yo. Aw. Not even Nagakiba is that long. Okay. Okay. Long katana, yeah. Well, I pressed jump, but I guess it didn't buffer. Oh, come on. And then I get just roll caught. Aww. Yep, that's Rolana for you. Any chance you would give Blasphemous a shot after Bringer Brawlers? Is quite short, like 2 to 3 streams max. Maybe. I don't have plans to do that immediately after Bingo Brawlers, but... if I tried every game that I, you know, potentially would play, I'd never... have time to do speedruns and stuff. I'd just be stuck in a loop of trying new games. They never fixed the hitboxes on Rolana's magic whoosh whoosh. I mean, define fixed. I'm very happy with the way that they are. That keeps you upright? I thought the first hit would knock me down. Oh. Okay. I guess I can... yeah, I guess. Sure. Is Rolana a good boss to you? Do you like the fight? No. No, I don't. I do not like the fight. I liked it well enough for the spectacle on a first playthrough, but the more I play her, the less I like her. Hopefully, eventually, I'll be so good that despite not liking the fight, I'll be a specialist on her anyway, but... I do think the fight's pretty not great. Once I get down to the actual design of it, I think it's pretty bad. Nicely flashy. But... or like the Gale fight. I haven't played it in like a speedrunning context or challenge run context, but I liked it a lot on my first playthrough, so... Sure. Oh. Okay. Gala's so good, but not nearly as hard as Elden Ring bosses. Probably. Rolana's only fun if you can parry everything that can be parried. Sadly, my reaction time is too slow for the upward cut. Same with Melania. Your reaction time is not too slow for the upward cut. It is 100% unreactable to parry it. It is not humanly possible to parry it on reaction. It is not a problem with you. It is a problem with the parry frames of the game. You can only hit it if you do it on guess. If you guess that she's going to uppercut and you press the parry button before she even starts it, you can parry it, but it cannot be noticed and then parried. It is not possible. Same with Melania. Yeah, I'm not sure on Melania's attacks. I haven't practiced parrying her that much. That sword is comically long. Yup. It's great. We love a comically long sword. Red Elden Ring has this weird delay from when you press the roll button until it rolls. Is this true? Played a bit myself, and the delay difference from DSG didn't seem that much. No, there is no delay on the roll. The roll animation itself can be like slightly misleading-ish, but like no, there is no delay from when you release the button to when you roll. The problem is it happens on release, which is a stupid, dumbass decision from the developers. So it feels delayed because it doesn't happen when you press it. See, if I press it, I don't get a roll. It happens when you release it. So I have to press and release in order for it to happen. And so that makes it feel like, oh, I heard myself press it, but then I didn't see the character roll until after that. And that's because it's not till you release it, which is a terrible, terrible decision by the developers, but it's not delay. Rolana's upward cut is the same as Melania's. Ah, okay. Yeah, they do have a lot of the same moves. Wait, does Melania? I don't remember that attack from Melania, but... Really off-putting and confusing. Yup. Okay. Yep. Okay. He's currently attempting Steel Soul Silksong. Do you think he'll get it? He's currently 6 hours in. On a first try? Maybe. His next Bingo Brawler is going to be DLC or base game? Both. Maybe. I mean, regardless of whether he gets it first try, I think he will obviously get it eventually if that's a goal that he's set for himself. I hope he gets it first try and then practices some bingo. I don't know that maybe he needs to practice as much bingo as I do because he has been in every previous season, but I know that I need some practice. And the more that he practices, the more that's good for me without me having to do anything extra. Yeah. Ludwig's Fast 52, and what are you going to be doing there? It is this upcoming weekend. It's like upcoming like right now. And I'm just going to be doing commentary for bingo of 8F versus Domo. Captain _ Domo. So yeah, Ludwig basically directly reached out to Domo, which was cool. Like on Twitter, Ludwig from Video Games just tweeted out at Captain _ Domo eyes emoji, which we were all like, what? Why is Ludwig from Video Games tweeting out? And it was basically just to invite him to Fast 52 because I guess maybe Domo didn't apply or something. And then, yeah, I got invited as a commentator. That's cool, though, yeah. By the way, if anybody is a Rolana expert and knows of, like, something that I could use to make Rolana easier, or bigger punishes, faster kills, easier dodges, I am open to suggestions. The jumping over stuff, I'm not so sure about. I know there's a few moves that can be jumped over. I'm not so sure about like that, because like a dodge is just as easy. But like if it's like, oh, you keep dodging this one backwards and getting hit by it, you should dodge that, you know, to the right or in or something. I am open to suggestions, because I don't think I have all the pieces together for Rolana. I'm missing something that keeps getting me just like hit by little bits of damage that just constantly drain my health. What's my _1 tip for improving in speedruns and not losing, getting bored from the amount of effort it takes? If you're getting bored, then yeah, then that's, you know, move on or whatever. It does take a lot of effort. I think streaming helps with that, but I mean, if you're streaming to 0 viewers, it's not really gonna help a lot, but like having goals that you want to achieve, and being willing to put in the practice. And if it's like, I'm not willing to put in the practice because it's too boring, then it's like, okay, then do runs, do what isn't boring. The #1 thing is just to do what you want to do. And if you're like, oh, but practice is boring and runs are boring and I don't want to do it, then like, okay, then don't do it. You know, sometimes speedrunning is just, it's just not the vibe for you. Not everybody, you know, necessarily. But if you have something you want, let the thing that you want motivate you. If you're like, no, I really want to get a time under an hour, then like, okay, let that be your motivation to say, okay, then I'm going to practice for, you know, 2 hours today. And then I'm going to, you know, whatever it is. But if you don't have a lot of motivation and you're just finding it boring, then just, like, don't do it. Or at least, like, give yourself the option not to do it, so that way you are choosing to do it rather than feeling like you're forced to do it, which can make it even worse. I don't know which way to dodge for that move. It feels like depending on where I am, sometimes backwards works. And it feels like sometimes dodging through is my only option. That one's always so surprising when it hits me. Yep, again. It's like I know I'm rolling at the timing for the alternate version that she can do, but like it doesn't feel like they should be that far off in timing. Diagonal downward follow-up is super strafable. The, like, double where she, like, puts her swords together, not that one, but the, like, where she does it, like, twice. Because I know it's technically strafable, but you have to dodge the first one in a certain direction. Otherwise, it's not strafable. This one. It's strafable like that, but only if you're in the right spot. And see, like, she just keeps, like, hitting me with, like, random stuff at the end of my dodges. The one that I was describing, right? The one that I strafed and pointed out that I strafed. Yeah. No. Yeah, it just roll catches you. The one that she just did twice. And it's the end of a combo? Or... that one? That I said it as she was doing it? That one. Maybe? That one I know is jumpable, but I didn't. That one? Stab into one sword downward slash on both swords. Into both swords downward slash. Both swords, this one, the like sort of like cross almost downward one, not that one. That one I know, I think Gino like jumps or something if you're at the right range, but it's not strafable. That one? That one. That one. That one. Just the two-handed part is strafable, but wouldn't you have to dodge the previous parts? Or... Yeah, alright. Input readme, it's fine. I don't... That does not feel like it would even remotely be possible to strafe that. Because you have to dodge the previous one, and so you're not running, so you can't strafe. Yeah, and then that one just feels very unsafe to strafe. I know it's very possible, but like, if you end up on the wrong side of her, it's not strafable, so... Bad time to heal. Yeah, there's just no way. I think there's just no way. It's just a walking strafe? After you dodge and then walking strafe? I think you're just ending up on the correct side of her. I mean, maybe it's like, oh, you're supposed to dodge diagonally toward her left. I could totally see that, and then, like, you're already in the position that it just misses you, but there literally just isn't time to start moving like a strafe. I know the stab is very strafable, that one. Yeah, you just can't. It's just, nah. I even tried unlocking. I tried holding the sprint button just in case. There's absolutely no shot. If you don't end up just already in the correct spot next to her. Not fast enough. There's no faster. That's a buffered dodge beforehand from the previous attack. There's no such thing as faster than that. Let's hope Miyazaki changes up a lot of stuff with his new Soulsy project. Dustbloods still looks very Elden Ringy, Night Rainy. Let's hope that he doesn't change it up too much, because... well, I mean, I guess I don't actually care if he changes it up a lot. Because it's PvP, so I don't think it's going to appeal to me no matter what. Yeah, that's completely unrollable on the 2. You have to, like, roll away, I guess? I was still pretty far, though, and it caught me. Maybe you need to roll a different direction. Yeah. I guess maybe I needed to try to roll away there. I don't think it would have worked, but it at least maybe had a shot of not getting hit, whereas rolling in just gets you hit. She's got a lot of moves that it's just like 90% chance you're just gonna get hit. Even if you roll at like the perfect timing. Sometimes her follow-ups will just miss you, but you just have to rely on her follow-ups missing because she just attacks at a timing that a single roll does not work. And you can't do a double roll in time. It hits you too early. She basically has, like, Consort's Cross Slash, but, like, where sometimes it'll randomly miss you. But just on, like, so many of her moves. Like that one there. I say randomly, it's positioning based. It's just that the positioning is so, like, specific that it kind of might as well be random in a lot of cases. If you've practiced her for long enough specifically for hitless, you know how to stand so that you can position it like you would for Consort where you stand beside him pre-patch. But if you don't know every little trick like that on every one of her moves, it's like ridiculous. Yep, like that one. Okay, one success, but oh my goodness. Did a few times since. I was never as easy as the first time with blind spot. Yeah. Like this OST, not over the top, epic and grandiose like Dancing Lion, and the fight itself I find quite enjoyable. Solid fight for you, 8 out of 10. I think I would give it an 8 out of 10 on my first playthrough of like, oh, I think I probably was just bad at the fight, and it's probably better than I was giving it credit for. I'll give it a, you know, speculative 8 out of 10. And then the more I fight, it's like, no, this fight is kind of really bad. I would say, you know, still great visuals, music, whatnot, but the fight itself, I don't know that I could possibly give even higher than like a 5 out of 10. It's kind of really bad, I think. Like, I do like how engaging it is. It's like the type of fight that should be really good. It's just the actual execution of the moves is really bad. Really poorly thought out. Needed a lot more testing for how it actually truly interacts with the player. The way that it interacts with the player's stamina, with the player's punish windows, with the player's roll and not getting roll caught at the end of things, when you dodge properly, the player's positioning. Like, I feel like it all is just kind of badly done. Even though it's the type of fight, you know, fast humanoid with cool attack strings and combos and stuff that should be really good, I feel like the actual execution is very, very, very lacking. You don't like running out of stamina every 5 seconds? Not particularly. Not when I'm not even, like, attacking to get out of stamina. If I'm out of stamina because I got to attack so many times that I have gotten myself out of stamina from attacking, that's like, oh, that's neat. But when I got one attack in the last 15 seconds and I'm completely out of stamina just from having to dodge, and not even like spam dodging or excessive dodging, just dodging the minimum amount to avoid the attacks, it's not particularly great. Like another boss that in a different combat system, like a Sekiro or something, without stamina restrictions and where the enemy attacking you kind of is your opportunity as well, could go hard, but just does not interact well in Elden Ring. Yep, cool roll catch. Or I guess I should call it frame trap, because roll catch is like a PvP term for the end, you know, your opponent rolling when they shouldn't have, and you catch them at the end of it because they shouldn't have rolled there. This is a frame trap where you're forced to roll, but because you rolled, you're forced to get hit after, is what I should call it. In all fairness, it's no secret that I tend to enjoy a lot of things in my Souls-like games that many find frustrating and annoying. I mean, yeah, you like enjoyances of things can definitely vary, but speaking from the perspective of what I think is good design, I do not think that Rolana has what I would consider to be good design. I don't think that frame traps especially are good design ever. And she has them on like a full like third of her moves. Like there was another one. Maybe not a third of her moves, but like a third of her combos at some point in them has a move that can frame trap you. I'm surprised that one frame trapped. I don't think that one even normally does, but add it to the list. Like, it's perfectly possible to enjoy something like, oh, I dodged and I got hit at the end of it anyway. That doesn't bother me. But I don't think it's good game design. Okay. This is not a +0. This is a +24 Nagakiba. This is perfectly leveled as we would be. I'm on low Skidoo. I'm only on Skidoo 3, but this is absolutely a way that you might have to fight Rolana. If you were fully rushing this square, which would be a silly idea, but if you were, this is how you would be fighting Rolana. Yeah, no, Rolana is tanky. Ah, there's a roll or a frame trap. That one was just me. I thought I was out of range. I'm also not a fan of enemies ending their combos by jumping away from you. Technically, you can still follow Rolana and usually hit her anyway, because she'll, like, summon the glint blades or whatever, but I'm still not a fan of that, as, like, the end of my combo is I jump away so that you don't get a punish. Oh, frame trapped. Oh! I thought I had baited her successfully into doing the blue attack, but I had not. Don't even get a punish because I was out of stamina. Okay, second success. The point at which you're supposed to go to Rolana in a casual playthrough is a trap in itself. You're bound to go straight for her to the east or to the castle to the west. Yeah, there's technically a way around, but like very few people find the way around the castle to skip her entirely. So most people will fight her very early into the DLC at relatively low skidoo and such. Although I think a good fight, it doesn't matter when you face them, because like you will want to. The way that you'll be like, oh, I beat them is through outplaying them. Whereas I think that a less good fight, people will be like, oh, yeah, but it's only, you know, it's just the numbers are too high. Like, if you just come back later, like, it's fine, whatever. Kind of a thing. You know, a fight like Mesmer, who I think is fantastic, if, you know, maybe arguably slightly undertuned, I don't know that I've ever heard somebody go like, oh, yeah, if you see Mesmer, oh, you can run into him too early, like, go away and come back later and, like, whatever. It'll be like, oh, no, yeah, just fight him till you get him because, like, he's a fun fight to learn. Or Midra especially, which some people are like, oh, Midra, oh, horribly undertuned, way too easy. And it's like, well, actually, he technically has, like, the most health of any DLC boss. And he does hit hard. He's just, like, incredibly fair with all of his moves. One of the few in the DLC that is just legitimately fair on everything. And it's weird when fair becomes too easy because it is fair. Because you're so used to things being not fair that when something is fair, you're like, huh? What? What do you mean they actually telegraphed their attacks and then attacked at the timing that they telegraphed? and actually left enough space in between attacks that I can consistently roll them if I know his attacks and that they're coming. Nice. Still fighting her? Yep. Practicing till I can consistently beat her, preferably, like, close to hitless. I don't think I'm gonna go for, like, truly hitless, but, like, so that I'm not running out of heals, so that I have, like, a bunch left over. Yeah, I keep thinking that I'm gonna be out of range of that, and I'm just not. Yep. Frame trapped. Yeah, well, Romina casually, I think, kind of sucks. Romina in a speedrun wise, the butterflies suck, and otherwise that she's pretty fun and pretty cool. But like, I don't know of anyone casually who is gonna get like, on her triple spin, if you stand weirdly close to the side of her, it just misses and goes right through you. Like, you're not gonna find that casually. So casually, she's got some moves that are straight trash. Speedrun wise, if you know the like spots to stand, she's a lot of fun. But casually, I think Romina is like, her numbers are low, so a lot of people beat her first try because she didn't hit that hard or have that much health. But like, nobody did it where they were like consistently getting her attacks. They were just taking hits, healing up after, and winning anyway, because she's got some hits that just everybody gets hit by. That like 0% of casual players I have ever seen successfully deal with her triple spin. Like, ever. Like, it might as well just be a nihil with how often everyone gets hit by it. Straight for that, but it's fine. Yeah. Just input readme. frame trap. Editor's note, he does not love a frame trap. I love when she cancels one combo into another combo into the roll a million times and you have 0 stamina thing. Putting Rolana in a game with secure poise system is hilarious. The boss basically obliterates their own poise because their attacks are so rapid. Yeah, and that would be a lot of fun. If you dislike frame traps so much, why do you keep getting hit by them? Good point. Is she done yet? Is she done yet? Her sword not having a hitbox there is so goofy. Her sword does, her arm doesn't. You get close enough, because she's doing like these full-on arm extension swings, her arm itself is what you're standing at, which is why you don't get hit. And she got some long arms. Look at those. Contact damage sucks. True. Good thing that a game like a Souls game generally does not have contact damage, aside from like the boss has turned themselves into a ball and they're rolling at you. Obviously, contacting them is going to do contact damage. But they don't have like always on contact damage. That would be silly. frame trap. I feel the need to verbalize every frame trap to put it out there in the world, but it's probably not necessary. It wouldn't let me roll between the attacks. It just full comboed. Do you have any idea of weapons you would or wouldn't try rushing Rolana with? Well, it's completely random, so it's whatever I would get. Like, Nagakiba is like a middle-of-the-road weapon that I would be willing to actually attack her with. Like, in the shop, like, Rakshasa's Great Katana, which I got from the Katana check, would obviously be infinitely better. Morning Star would probably be similarly good. Knight's Greatsword, honestly, would probably be, like, mostly better. It at least would get more staggers, except that it doesn't have bleed on it, so, like, maybe a Knight's Greatsword would be noticeably worse. I don't think I would ever fight her with Inquisitor's Grandiole. I don't know. It is a spear with bleed. Maybe Inquisitor's Grandiole is okay. I have no idea. It split fire damage. Feels bad. I don't know. Iron Ball would definitely be better, but almost maybe too good. So I haven't been using it on her. Although, honestly, maybe it's not too good because it's, like, super short range. Pierce good. Pierce is good. That's true. Slash damage bad on Rolana. Oh, this is slash. So, yeah. You could argue this would be one of the worst weapons to fight her with. But one that I think I'd be willing to fight her with. I do think I have better options, probably, but for practice, it's okay to use bad options. The range on it is nice. Does give me some punishes that other weapons probably would not get. Like that. Yeah. I guess this would be how you fight her with a katana. Do R2s for the pierce damage. Assuming it has a poke R2, a lot don't. Yeah, that's true, but... Ow. Okay. Ugh! Oh... frame trap that comboed. Great katanas are really good here. Yeah, great katanas are really, really good here, but too good. I have Rakshasa's great katana, which would probably be like the literal perfect weapon against her, so I don't think it would be that good of practice. Like, I think you get way better practice on a weapon that's pretty good than one that's really, really good. Love the frame trap. Oh, being out of stamina is rough. Frame traps. Oh. Okay. That's a third success, I think. All right. Ooh, getting there, getting there, getting there. With how long and slender sword is, stabbing with it seems like it would cause it to buckle and break. Yeah, honestly, this would... It's not, it's definitely does not look thick enough to withstand the forces. Stem. Yep. Input red. You can't heal in neutral or she input reads you. Uh-oh. Well, I was still in the air, but I guess I was slightly too low in the air. More of a matter of weight distribution. That handle is too short for a person to use it like that. I mean... in the model, this is pretty thin. Like, this is pretty thin. Like... looking at it directly on... that's pretty thin. For this length... that definitely feels snappable. Because I don't think this is any more metal than, like, a longsword would be. And that's a hefty handle there. I feel like this is probably less metal than a longsword, less weight than you know, a wider blade, a more, you know, thick blade. It's just long and thin. So Why is she so tanky? Because they designed her that way, I guess. Honestly, she's not even, like, that tanky if you could consistently get hits in on her. Like, our hits are doing decent damage. And this isn't, like, a full setup or anything. This is, like, a rush setup. It's just... there are long stretches where you just don't get to hit her. So the fight just drags on. Like, when all I get to do at a time is one hit and hope that that one hit hits and then wait for an entire one of her combos, it's like, it's just not going to be a fast fight. Oh. So that's not a safe punish there. You'd have to roll early on the first part. We also have small skidoo. 3. Yeah, it's definitely not very high skidoo, but... ow. It's what you might have if you were rushing her. Okay, at least it's another success, but we're not getting any closer to, like, cleanly beating her, like, hardly any heals used. But... Well, it feels like you should get a charge or two after the big blue sword, but she always scams. Had the same experience with Great Stars. It's just a few frames too slow. Yep. Yep. Even her biggest combos, they were still like, nope. You only get a single R1 punish after. Maybe an uncharged R2. That's it. When someone says longsword, I think like Lord Sword and Straight Sword, for example. Yeah. I mean, not quite. Knight's great sword. This is a great sword, but like, you know, the smaller version of this. Bigger weapons got super screwed in the DLC. Well, I actually kind of think they didn't. Because at least their R1s still do good damage and poise. Like, you're just not going to get a charge or two off with them. The, you know, Axe Talisman build is kind of just dead in the DLC, but... As long as you're just willing to R1 with a big weapon, they can pull some serious numbers. And in comparison to base game. Yeah, fair. But I mean, I feel like all weapons got screwed. Because... just in general, as the player, you get screwed with how little punishes there are. I don't know that large weapons got uniquely screwed in that. Aha. But the charge span. I mean, charged attacks are fun to use, so it's... unfortunate that they're not... Oh, come on. All right, sure. Sure, that hit me. No buffs left hand challenge. I mean, we're practicing. We're practicing what if I had to rush this square so I don't have any money or time to get any buffs or anything else set up. And then left hand is just optimal. So that I can equip it while riding Torrent and two-hand it. Because otherwise you can't two-hand while riding Torrent unless it's in your left hand. Get juggled too. Yep, if you get hit by one, you're getting hit by all of them, and it's gonna do like over 90% of your health. Well, at this particular level and skidoo and whatnot. You get to the DLC after beating Elden Beast before going to New Game Plus. Yes. That's where I would expect most players to do it. Alright. Okay. Sure. I pressed roll once. I didn't want to buffer a second roll, but it just got eaten. So, I just got killed from 80% health. Because her uppercut there is on the verge of completely unreactable, even to dodge. It is technically reactable if you're looking directly for it, but in a sea of other things to look out for, it is... on the absolute borderline of possible to react to. Or sometimes like that, you're just... you did an attack, and so you buffer a dodge after. And because you were already attacking, it's just too slow. But it's like the only one of her attacks that you'd be too slow for. Or that situation where I did dodge it, but I should have gotten hit. Because I should have gotten frame trapped by the follow-up. But luckily, the follow-up just missed me. Because you need to not only dodge it in time, which already is ridiculous. You need to dodge it early in its animation so that you have time to dodge the follow-up. Otherwise, you just get hit by the follow-up. So sometimes I feel like it's best to just get hit by it. You don't lose the stamina of the dodge. You don't get roll caught by the follow-up that hurts more. It might just be straight up worth it to never even attempt to dodge it. The left-hand uppercut. Yeah, that one. It's something that I will do sometimes on Mesmer as well. He's got a 2-hit that if you dodge the first one, you can often get roll caught by the second. Or frame trapped. I keep using the wrong wording. And so sometimes I will just, on purpose, take the hit. Hi. Okay, another success. We had a couple of heals left, like 2 or something. It was pretty clear what the devs intended us to do with the deflecting hard tier they gave you in the beginning. Disagree. I don't think the devs have ever been like, I had 2 heals left, yeah. I don't think the devs have ever been like, you must use this one specific thing we gave you, otherwise you're screwed. I mean, except for maybe like the Invis Assassin where you need the torch or whatever, but I think in basically all situations, yeah, they'll give you an option that could be good on a boss, but I don't think they're ever like, this is the intended way to deal with it, is to use exactly this, and everything else is not intended as the way to win. I think they just kind of goofed it. They just kind of either didn't test enough to see that her attacks are frame trapping and various other things that are not good, you know, basically unreactable, etc. Or they didn't care. They went, we know it's got all these things that are bad game design, but that's okay. She's not too hard, despite those things, so it's fine. Which, honestly, judging by the way that Night Rain bosses were designed, is kind of the one I'm leaning towards more. They just did not care anymore. They've kind of, in my opinion, lost their touch on making consistently good bosses. They still have some, but I think the overall quality of FromSoft bosses has been decreasing. I think there was a marked opposite of improvement from Sekiro to Elden Ring. And then Shadow of the Erd Tree was much more hit or miss. They do have some bangers, but they also have a lot of, like, matters. Rellana's. Which, again, Rellana's, like, super cool, and I know a lot of people are gonna like her and be like, how dare you say that about Rellana? But, like, frame traps and stuff. And then Night Rain was, I think the Night Lords were overall a disaster. I think Fulgore stands out as pretty good, even in like the Everdark version, and I think like all the other Everdarks are kind of poopy. Oh, shouldn't have done that. I'm dead. Yep. Unreactable frame traps are a DS2 Easter egg, actually. Uh-huh. Even with Invisible Assassin, you can make it work without the torch? You can. They put her in water specifically so you could see her footsteps, yeah. I think they kind of reached the max you can get with the Dark Souls combat style IMO in terms of difficulty. I think focusing on difficulty as a proxy for good design is a problem. That's what I think. I think there's so much discussion around difficulty, and obviously difficulty is cool and nice, but I think you need to also have good design. It can't just be badly designed but difficult, where the difficulty comes from the bad design. I don't think that's sustainable. Because, like, you can make a boss infinitely difficult if you just make it so that you literally can't avoid any of their attacks, and there's 100 ads in the fight all attacking you. Like, you can make something infinitely difficult very easily, but that's not, you know, that is not going to be helpful. Making something that is good and difficult is really hard. Good, difficult, and unique, at least. It is a tough thing. Not an easy thing to be a game developer. Especially in this day and age where you design something like Midra, who is peak, and a lot of players will go, "Oh, yawn. Too easy. I beat him in only 5 tries because I could actually read and learn his moves. I would like to die at least 20 to 30 times, please, or I am not satisfied." He's tough, main. Ready for triple gargoyles. We're so ready. Oh! Oh, should not have done that. Oh. Alive? A save that is specifically just to fight Midra on repeat. Nice. Woo. That was lucky. I was completely out of stamina. I could not dodge that one, but luckily she just missed. Ah, my bad. Elden Ring needs a gauntlet like Lies of P and Sekiro. Yes, true, true. Does anybody remember offhand the equation for the area moment of inertia of a triangle? Given the 3 coordinates of its endpoints? You know, I don't. I was a math teacher. I definitely did know that, but... Well, math teacher and a physics teacher. I've been both, so I really knew that. And though in geometry, all you did was construct it and mention that it is the center as opposed to calculated. Hate that move. Still hate that move. Okay. That was a good Rolana kill. That was a good one. 5 heals left, so we only used 7. We only used slightly over half of our heals. Nice. When I'm working on my own stuff, how to implement difficulty is a pretty difficult thing to do. Deciding how you want that perceived challenge to manifest and to what degree. It's quite a challenge sometimes to think outside the box. Yeah. Curious, but how old are you? 32. I had to double check that my birthday hasn't happened yet. Old. I've been watching you for very long, but I love you. I'm truly good at Sekiro. Love watching you and Aggie do challenges. Yo, thank you. Hopefully we get to do more of those challenges soon. Hopefully maybe some more Sekiro bingo. Hopefully maybe I get Josh in on that. Maybe I convince Chris to start learning Sekiro. He won't, but maybe. Maybe I convince Dom after his maybe after his Demon Bell no Kuro's Charm playthrough he'll be hooked. Who knows? Make a full Sekiro bingo league out of it. When did you start streaming full time? When would that have been? So COVID hit us early 2020. That was the year that I stopped teaching full-time and instead became a private teacher and tutor. Did that for at least another year, but maybe 2 years, and then it would have been that summer. So either the summer of 2021 or the summer of 2022. So it's either been 3 or 4 years. I was not in the new strings attached. Even though I won the previous one, Chris kicked me out. I was too good, not entertaining enough with my actually doing things well to win. SMH my head. Shadow banned. Tried to buffer too, but did I reject myself? No. I definitely would have been in, but Chris, from the outset of that strings attached was like, winning this has no bearing on the next one. I already know who I want to be in the next one. He just like had already had a plan for who he wanted to invite. I'll almost bet that he probably like planned that strings attached basically around having Pooh specifically, because I know they've been doing a lot of like Mario baseball and stuff, so I'm sure they're, you know, he wanted to get Pooh in on something. And then of course you gotta have Dom and Aggie. Like, what, you're just gonna not clickbait Aggie in your thumbnail? I mean, come on. Like, are you even making an Elden Ring content if you don't invite Aggie? Yeah, and Adev. And yeah, obviously, yeah, Chris and Adev are very good friends as well. I think a quick reset there is warranted. For a teacher, that's pretty cool. Did your students know your teacher was the Mitra's world record holder? Yep. They didn't care. You remember the deal with less than 1,000 damage per hit? You did 1,007? Yeah, because apparently my strategy of, oh, I hit for over 1,000 unless I do crouch pokes. They do just under 1,000. And then I got a, because you're doing a poke and it's a thrusting attack, there's the counterattacks unique to thrusting attacks. I got an accidental counterattack that did too much damage. I had 0 attacks that could consistently do under 1,000. Oh. Scam Jar Jar 2 strikes again. Yeah, it's anytime that happens, it's basically a sign for me that I shouldn't have even gone for it. Oh, was out of stamina, so I wasn't allowed to dodge that. Because her combos are just infinitely long. Yeah. As an animator, watching it is enjoyable. Sure. Like, if the player's moveset were different, like, there might be no, you know, problems at all with Rolana. But everything that you do, you have to keep in mind that the enemy is not created in isolation. It's created against the player character. So everything needs to be designed very specifically with what the player character can do in mind. And I don't think that was succeeded with the case of Rolana. Like, if you design your boss in isolation, it's not going to end up good. played Hollow Knight yet, but I'm enjoying Silksong so far. Would recommend Hollow Knight. I do think it's overall a little better than Silksong. I think Silksong has higher highs, but so much lower lows. Yeah, don't even try to dodge that one. It just gets you in trouble. You get hit by it anyway, and then you also get hit by the next attack if you try to dodge it. Is Silksong really so frustrating? I found Hollow Knight frustrating enough. I found Hollow Knight, like, pretty relaxing, aside from like one particular enemy gauntlet that I won't, you know, necessarily spoil, but if you've played Hollow Knight, you know the one. But outside of that, I found Hollow Knight to be very, like, non-frustrating. Huzzah, another success. We're getting there. We're getting better. That's endgame DLC content. Not the endgame DLC content one. The, well... Ooh, 7 heals left? Okay, that was a really good Rolana. Well, I don't know if it was added in a DLC technically. I don't know when things were added, but the regular enemies... gauntlet of regular enemies. Not a boss rush. Round 3, yeah. That I found to be particularly frustrating, but... Hello? Can you do something? Whereas Silksong felt like 3 times a zone you would have a gauntlet of enemies. And at least it was never like as long as that, but it was like constant. Stop trying to dodge the uppercut. It just doesn't work. Just let yourself get hit, and it's not the end of the world. Oh, except for there, it could have been the end of the world because I was really low on health. I mean, I guess if I dodge backwards, it's okay to dodge it, because then the follow-up misses, but... Oh, scammed. Don't dodge the uppercut. Just loses you too much stamina. And she's just eating up all my heals at the end here. Stop trying to dodge that. Okay, but I think we win anyway here. Oh, you're not dead yet? You're dead now. Whew. I'm the OST a lot, enjoying most of the exploration in Silksong to the point where in a quiet part of the map, I want to go back to the part with music rather than push forwards. Yeah, you play very differently than me. Did you 100% Skong? I did 100% Skong. You jump or thrust attacks? No, I don't. I don't know that that's even worth it. Jump attacks are so stamina intensive. About as stamina intensive as a roll plus an attack. Maintains poison status? Yeah, but you could do that anyway by hitting after the thrust attack. One of the thrust attacks you should actually strafe instead is better, but... I guess that one is pretty nice. That one is pretty nice, actually. Good start, though. All right, good kill. Excellent. I think all of Silksong is much easier than Hollow Knight. Only if you're specifically counting the DLCs of Hollow Knight. The base game of Hollow Knight is infinitely easier than Silksong. It is not a question, not a comparison, not close. The base game of Hollow Knight is like a 6 out of 10 difficulty, like above the average difficulty of a game, but not like that bad. And then the difficulty of Silksong is maybe like an 8 out of 10. Like a definitely a difficult game. Not like one of the top most difficult games of all time, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. It's not like that, but it's like, it's definitely very difficult. The DLC of Hollow Knight is a 10 out of 10. Genuinely one of the most difficult challenges you can give to yourself. And it's just in the game as like, you can just go do it. But that's a little unfair. What'd you say is a 10 out of 10 difficulty? The final DLC of Hollow Knight. That's like as hard as a game officially published by a developer can get without just being stupid. Without just being, oh yeah, you want a hard mode? Well, how about a mode where you have to play the entire game with only 1 health, and if you ever die, your save is deleted. And also, you don't get any saves, because if you try to save, it'll just delete your game instead. And like, without just being silly. The final DLC of Hollow Knight is like as hard as you can get. Although you could also argue the final DLC of Hollow Knight is kind of silly in itself, but good end. Well, I guess it's not over yet, but Good end. Always love poke attacks that trigger bleeds. I don't know why. It is very satisfying. Hey, how am I? I'm doing good. What up, Damon? Okay, let's try swapping to a different weapon. Throw ourselves off a little bit. I am going to need to go collect a few runes so that I can actually level it. Because I don't want to fight her with a +0. That seems a little silly. Parry practice? No, if I get a parry shield, I'll feel pretty comfy. I've got more plans for that. Any plans on practicing with Aggie? Of course. We've already practiced together once, and I basically, yeah, I'm gonna be like, hey, let's practice more. And, or he's gonna contact me and be like, hey, let's practice more. Today he wanted to be playing, he wanted to be doing his Silk Song challenge, so I'm not gonna, like, try to interrupt him on that. I know how it feels to be like, I want to start and finish a challenge, and that's what I want to focus on. So once he gets his Steel Soul challenge run finished, then I'll probably be like, hey, a little pracky. What weapons have you used so far? Just the Nagakiba. I was starting with just practicing her, so I just picked a weapon and went for it, and now I'm gonna try, like, yeah, using some different weapons and seeing how it goes. Bracky. Yo, what up, ZK? Lost Steel Soul run today to the High Halls Gauntlet. Ah, okay. Well, hopefully either he gets it soon, or, you know, at some point he's like, okay, I'm just not getting it. Let's just focus on bingo. And then we can focus on bingo. And then probably my stream schedule will get shifted earlier so that I can, whatever. I'm just gonna... Technically, you should buy more of all the stones, but I'm just gonna not and pretend that we did and just upgrade the weapon because the stones, currently it only takes half as many as they should. So you can level up 2 weapons for the number of stones that would normally only level up 1 weapon. I've worth practicing parrying her 2 as a 6 parry remembrance DLC thing. That is not in the list because we have randomized weapon, so there's no guarantee that you'd ever be able to get 6. That you'd ever be able to get a parry weapon to be able to get those 6. A parry shield. So that is not in the square list for the 2v2 because it's also randomized weapons. I mean, sure, I'll double check if there's a parry shield at round table, but if there isn't, I have no good way of even practicing it. Like, there might be, in this entire seed, there might be 0 things that can parry. Oh, there's a buckler with buckler parry, which is kind of cheating, but... technically possible to do. Parrying dagger possible also. Yeah, possible. Oh, I don't even have a strength to one-hand this weapon. So, never mind on that. Did you get your 100% done? I did. Oh, is this the one with the weird moveset that I hate? I think this is the one with the weird moveset that I hate. Honestly, though, it's not doing too bad. Okay, you don't go under her attacks with this particular sword. So stop going for that punish, because you can just get hit for it. And trades are not good. Oh, that almost sucked. I pressed jump, but this game's buffer sucks. An hour and a half for everything that you don't want to buffer. Literally 0 frames for anything you do want to buffer. Oh, come on. All right. Take that. Whew. You gonna do a board tonight or just Rolana practice? I'll practice whatever I think is good, so I don't know. Right now, I still feel like I need more Rolana practice. I want to be just comfortable on Rolana so that no matter the situation, I'm like, oh yeah, I got Rolana. Easy. And then after that, we'll think about if there's any other bosses I want to just straight up practice. And then maybe we'll think about squares that I want to practice. And then maybe we'll do boards. So boards is like the lowest priority practice because it spreads out your practice. It makes you think about like a bunch of different things, which is important. You do need to get practice thinking about a bunch of different things, but it's also the least useful practice if you still need to practice the individual squares first. Like, If you started with only rushing straight into boards, you would learn literally nothing. You can only learn from doing board practice once you've got every individual square, like, very, very well. IMO, at least. Because, like, my decision-making is going to be bad if, like, I'm, you know, basing my decision-making off of the fact that, oh, I know I can't kill Rolana yet, so I'm going to make the decision to go here instead. Instead of having my decision be, oh, I could kill Rolana, and that would be fast, or I could kill Rolana, but it still wouldn't be the fastest option right now, you know? Decision-making can only be made based on what you can actually do.
And don't forget to use your scan buff again resources.
True. Just threw boiling hot water on your left foot. It's not terrible, but quite annoying. That sounds pretty terrible, actually. Are you sure it's not terrible? Because that sure sounds pretty terrible. Aw, really? I hadn't even had to use a heal yet. Being comfortable on her is important. She pops up or contributes to squares plus money. Yep. She's an important and very difficult one to do early. This is a horrendous start. You're doing killing night bosses and you go here. That is something that people often do. You know the Rolana skip from Alta's side? The skip to get to Rolana? In which case, yes. That's like the only way that anyone gets to Rolana in a bingo. Going through the castle would take forever. Phew.
Bless you.
Okay. Hi. I got a little greedy at the end, but it worked. Oh, I yawned. Clearly I need to drink more of my energy drink. True. Honestly, maybe I should use an energy drink to get back on my degenerate sleep schedule. I've been going to bed at like not normal person hours, but like not super degenerate hours. I'm sure you guys have noticed our streams have not gone past like 2 a.m. the last like week. And I've been just getting eepy because I've had stuff to do during the day. But if I drink an energy drink so that I can't fall asleep, then we push our sleep schedule back. Then I'm degenerate again. Aren't you going to need normal sleep for Bingus? Yeah, I probably am, aren't I? Yeah, I probably... Yeah, that's going to suck, isn't it? The previous season, I only had to be on normal enough hours to commentate, which is pretty easy to do while a little EP. But playing while EP? That sounds more nightmarish. This is a great sword, but it does have those weird floaty swings like a light great sword. It's the Lord Sworn great sword or something. Okay, it's a win is a win, even if we did run entirely out of heals. In this moveset, your arms phase through each other, apparently. A streamer pointed out the other day, and I was like, wait. I feel like I need to slow it down to see. Like, what is... I'm not able to see it. So obvious when Josh showed it. Well, how did he show it? I feel like it's too fast for me to see. Did he, like, slow it down frame by frame, or... Because I can at least see where your arms could go to not phase through each other. The motion isn't unrealistic or anything, yeah. It looks normal. It looks normal to me. Are you free to choose which weapon to play with? Well, they're randomized, but I can choose any of the randomized weapons to play with. So in this particular set of weapons, I happened to get... Here, what if we do +0 Morningstar with parries, just for the silly of it? That wasn't the parry timing? That wasn't the parry timing? I'm so bad. I always forget not to parry that. Well, that was scary. I don't think I'm winning, but it's a +0 weapon, so I wasn't really expecting to. You missed. You missed again. Aw. Pretty good, though, for a +0 weapon. I was probably expected the parry to work so good, or maybe it's just the Morningstar. No, it's just parries are good, and I have more practice fighting her with parries than fighting her without parries. Because that's what we did for the disc challenge, where if you got hit a single time, you died. So, you know. We just did some parries. So I'm pretty comfortable. And with an upgraded weapon, she was obviously dead many times over. It's just that's the only weapon currently in my inventory that I can wield one-handed because I didn't get enough strength. Theoretically, I could parry, and then two-hand with another weapon, but... So you give it a shot with a +24 weapon? I just need to get enough runes to buy enough stones for a plus 24 weapon. You mean Morningstar, yeah. So where could I quickly get enough runes? I mean, I've already taken the ones from the Fort of Reprimand, so can't use those. What else? How else could I even... Also, realistically, if I was gonna rush Rolana, I would definitely pick up the Blade of Mercy. Like, no doubt about that, I definitely would. But fight Midra for them. Ah, cheat engine? Yeah, that is an option. John practice is definitely an option. Aren't bingo weapons randomized? Yes. Offline farming, quote unquote. Shadowkeep? Shadowkeep has like a 50,000 that I remember. It just takes a little while to ride over there. But would set us up if we want to practice any other bosses as well. Can't use cheat engines as practice? I could. Just... You know, it just takes a little bit of time to open up whatever. Not like a big deal, but... Invalidated practice, no experience will be earned. Dang it. I cheated not only the game, but myself. I didn't grow. I didn't improve. I learned nothing. What I experienced was a hollow victory, and it's sad that I don't know the difference. Good luck for Fast 52. Thank you. I'm just going to be doing commentary there, so I don't know that I will need very much luck for that. I'm just going to be yapping. Just a little yapster. I would just reload practice save. That would also actually work. The previous practice save that I made. I mean, this gets me access to Shadowkeep if I want to practice anything in Shadowkeep, so this isn't like totally wasted time. Love from soft bridges. Good luck yapping then. Thank you. Which weapon will make you consider yourself lucky to have in a bingo challenge? Well, the thing is, whatever weapon you get, your opponent probably gets as well, but I would say probably the weapon that favors me the most, that I would consider myself the luckiest to have, is Allah Blaster Lord Sword. Because I think for a lot of other people, they're like, yeah, it's okay, but it's not my favorite thing. And I'm like, no, no, no. If I get that, I'm comfy. I know how to use that. Allah Blaster. What you commentating? Elden Ring Bingo 1v1 DLC. I believe they're going to do it non-randomized weapons and with some of the squares that have been removed for the 2v2. So it's not like directly a preview for the upcoming season, but pretty close. For me, that weapon is any great katana. Oh, I'm very comfy with any great katana as well, but I know everyone else is as well. Everyone else knows how to use great katanas. So while I would feel like, yes, I love this weapon, I'd be like, but my opponents are also going to be fast with it as well. People are sleeping on Allah Blaster. That's what I've been saying. Who's making the Vingo board? RNG. If you mean who's making the squares, they've already been made. It's the squares from previous seasons. I do expect that if they would like, I can be the person to hit the randomize on the boards a few times and just make sure that the one that's selected will be a fun showcase like I did at the GDQ between Domo and 8F. So this would basically be a rematch of that. Okay, are there any good runes aside from just this one in the left room here? PCR middle square, that's what it was at GDQ. I don't think I would randomize until that happens, but... Don't like the Owl Blaster moveset? I want Pokey Pokes. Well, don't use R1s on it. Use R2s on it. You'll change your mind. You'll come around. You'll be like, wait, this moveset is actually goated. Any incant-only DLC squares? I would assume not. I don't remember there being one in the previous seasons. Love when PCR is on the board. I love when it's, like, the final one to win. I don't think this is enough runes, but let's see. Yeah. Actually, if I only buy 3 of each, because the game is still not fixed, I think this is actually enough. Yeah. Huzzah!
I took you no man to lay out your own.
Isn't the main thing about Owl Blaster that the charged heavies consume a lot less stamina than they reasonably should? Doesn't have to be charged. Any R2s, including tap R2s, spend a lot less stamina than other weapons in the same class. You say a lot less than they reasonably should, and that's a fair interpretation. I say as little as they should only spend that much stamina, because I'm a stamina hater. Certified stamina hater. Give me attacks that cost 0 stamina. Oh, I hate when she opens with that. Oh, this is the weirdest opener she's given. There we go. Oh man, what a bad opener though, but hopefully it's still fine. It's feeling less and less fine. Can I take the riposte, please? Oh. She's just spamming the bad attacks. What a strange fight this has been. No, I swear I saw the dodge animation start. Takes you back to the good old Dist Bounty days, yep. Interesting to die the DLC with Owl Blaster, because I always found Bloodfiend's arm the best inside the DLC, yeah. Aha, that was my strat. Can you do something parryable, please? That one might have been, but it was at a weird angle. Okay. Hey, there we go. So yeah. Parry, Rolana, not too bad. Why aren't you using jump mortal draw on her? True. Easy. Give me a parry shield. And a weapon with status. And I feel confident enough on Rolana. I guess that's good enough practice on Rolana. I guess. Like, I couldn't really practice, like, too much more. Like, that kind of feels like the practice that I need. Any other especially early boss that I need practice on? Let's see. Midra time? Nah, I feel pretty comfy on Midra. Mariga? Actually, not the worst thing to practice. I do feel like for as early as you could do her as a square, I'm not good enough at her yet. Golden Hippo? Nah, I feel pretty comfy on Golden Hippo because of all of our DLC percent. Plus all the Night Rain practice against Hippo? Well, you don't see him that often, so... Ons is one that, like, I don't know... I don't think there's any board where you would rush Ons. There is kill a demi-human swordsman, I guess, but... No, we'll keep low Skidoo. Night Rain Hippo is not the problematic Hippo. Yeah, it doesn't have the spines and stuff. There is a square to kill 5 demi-human bosses, but that's not an early square. That's a very late square. Like, I could practice him, but he's not specifically the thing that I wanted to practice right now of, like, what if I needed to fight something really weak? Like, Ons, I think I would only ever fight while I'm strong. Which I still could practice him, but, like... The goal would be to get to him at such a power level that you just overpower him and don't have to be that good at the fight. You just get, like, one stagger, take the riposte, and he's dead. Ugh. Yeah, I am getting too tired for midnight. I am actually going to go grab an energy drink real quick. So I'll be right back. Ancient Dragon. Senesax? Oh, I should practice Senesax. You're right. I hate that, but I should. Anyway, be right back. All right, I'm back. RIP sleep schedule. That's the plan. Sleep schedule, goodbye forever. What even is a sleep schedule? Who needs one? But yeah, Senesax is probably one. Senesax, I would not practice as like a first boss, obviously. But even at like 12 Skidoo, fully set up, you've got all your talismans in order, Senesax still sucks. So, probably a worthwhile practice. Could decide a match for sure. I have practiced Senesax a good amount already, but I also had practiced R'Lana a good amount already, and then died to her a lot on a match, so... Don't call him Senna sucks for nothing, yep. I don't know how, but I first tried Senesax your first playthrough. Nice. Yeah, I don't know why they made the lightning on Senesax do the spreading out over the whole area and just hitting you. Like, totally unnecessary. Converse Bushy game with the Senesax ending, absolute cinema. I don't remember that one. We can also practice ons right here if I want to practice ons. It's a different ons, but, you know, basically the same. I should make a save before Mariga because I don't know how long you have to quit out before she is dead. Taking a break from Silksong today? No, we finished Silksong. 100%ed Silksong. 100%. Is that a pink monster I saw? It might be. It might be an Ultra Strawberry Dreams Monster Energy Zero Sugar. Perhaps. Well, sweet congrats. Yo, thank you. New folder. May I have one? No. Who's Dom playing against at Fast 52? 8F. It'll be a rematch of their GDQ showcase. I feel like if you're gonna do Mariga early, you just have to take out this guy first. Like, the rest of them you can theoretically deal with, but that one I think is just, like, a no-go. Give me the riposte, please. Okay. Honestly, doesn't seem that bad. Would you go back to Silksong for DLC? Absolutely, I would. If they release DLC for Silksong, I'm playing it for sure. Honestly, I kind of want to play more Silksong even without DLC. Like, I might want to do like a Steel Soul or like a speed run or something. I don't think I want to right now because I want to be ready for match 1 of Bingo on October 3rd. But once the Bingo season has started and I just need to like do maintenance of my Bingo skills rather than actually learn stuff, I think I'll have more time and want to do more Silksong. And I especially will not want to play too much Bingo because it's going to last, what, a month and a half or something? And I don't want to be only doing Bingo for a month and a half. I think I will get super burned out and be like, Bingo sucks! And that would be the worst thing, because I do not want to, randomly do a defeat consort speed run in the middle of my Bingo match instead of, you know, playing Bingo. Is Peepo Torrent viable? For Mariga? Fighting on Torrent? No, no. Torrent does a very bad job of avoiding her attacks. And then you get staggered off of Torrent, and then you just die. Maybe you don't have to kill that. If you just, like, use Mariga as your shield. Maybe you do. Maybe you do. It did kind of combo me there. Oh, but it dies so quick to Mariga, though. Sometimes as well. I know Bushy always feels burnt out of Bingus after. Yeah, for sure. I don't know how, like, Tom and CBD, like, those two especially, they can just always be playing Bingo. Like, I don't get it. They'll finish 7 hours of bingoing and go, hey, anybody want to do more bingo? Yeah. If you take that one out, it's not bad, but I wanna see if I can get it consistently with leaving this one up. Doing playthrough 2, it's still really fun of Silksong. Yeah. Rolana Renala with Queen Mariga. Why did they use so many similar names? I think on purpose, because it's thematic of something. I don't know. It is very confusing, though. I bet it's even more confusing. Maybe not. I was going to say I bet it's even more confusing to Japanese players, but, like, I guess it's equally confusing, because it's not like these are names that we know in English either. But I know that if there's, you know, something in a language that isn't English, or even if it's technically English, but like all the, you know, names are names that I don't know, it's much harder for me to remember all the names. I think you might need to kill the chief. It looks like it, but like, what if I don't, though? What's your favorite Silksong boss? Clockwork Dancers. Are they human or are they clockwork dancers? Really? Ow. Oh. Just take out the chief. Come on, Mariga. There we go. So it's definitely possible without killing the chief first. Really liked the final boss. Yeah. There was a lot of good bosses in Silksong. I feel kind of bad because I named one myself, and then I thought about it and I was like, is that a spoiler? It's kind of a spoiler. I mean, at least some boss names are kind of spoilery. I don't consider them to be too much of spoilery because a lot of bosses are you just kind of run into them and go like, oh, what? And then like the boss name appears on screen and you're like, oh, okay, wait. But I guess technically it's kind of spoilery. But yeah, there's a lot of good bosses in Silksong for sure. A lot of ones that I would put as good or better than any Hollow Knight boss. I still don't think any of them is my favorite Hollow Knight-like boss. I still think Nine Souls has my favorite Hollow Knight-like boss. But there were a lot of good ones. Beside Metroidvania, the age of Hollow Knight likes has begun. Yep. But you know, it's like a subgenre of Metroidvanias, right? Like Metroidvanias obviously encompasses the general gameplay style of like the map and like semi-platforming and puzzles to be solved with, you know, upgrades that you find along the way. And then Hollow Knights is like, oh, it's like based on combat and it's this sort of specific style of combat within that 2D realm. Because like the combat of a, you know, Metroid is very different than the combat of a Hollow Knight. Dead Cells? I haven't played Dead Cells, but I think Dead Cells is a roguelike, not really Metroidvania, but with a more similar combat, I think, to like Hollow Knight. Oh, that one-shots. Okay. You played Blasphemous. I have not yet, but it looks cool. That's fair on the Hollow Knight-like name. Yeah. You know, it's a subgenre. Like, platform fighter is a subgenre of fighter. Or, you know, there can be, like, sort of party racing games that are subgenres of racing games. You know, like a Mario Kart-like. If I say Mario Kart-like, you guys know what I mean, where it's also got, you know, like Diddy Kong Racing or whatever, and stuff like that, where it's like, if I just said a racing game, you're not really thinking that. Even though they all fall into the subgenre, or into the main genre of racing game. Or Crash Bandicoot Racing, I think was another one. Oh, this was a good one. Force her out here where the demi-human chief can't even really help, and that's just, like, ridiculously good. Couldn't deal with the bleakness of Blasphemous. Bloodfiend Arm is so broken. Did you try it? Yeah, I love Bloodfiend's Arm. Unfortunately, this season we have randomized weapons, so I don't get to pick what weapon I'm gonna use. Diddy Kong Racing mentioned. Yeah, I don't think I ever played Diddy Kong Racing, but don't know if the difficulty in Skong is elemental or foundational to everything else in that game. It may not be as easy as we think to just refactor a bunch of base code. It's definitely not. What now? We talking about making it easier? The only thing I would want possibly to see that could make Skong easier, but like potentially be a good change, or alternate mode or something, or people have literally already done it with mods, is just making it so that the things that currently deal 2 masks deal 1 mask. Because the pervasiveness of 2 mask attacks was a little absurd. Otherwise, I feel like Skong was very, like, not that bad at all. Now, lowering the damage output of enemies by literally half is a gigantic change, which might make the game then, like, way too easy, but... yeah, you kind of just have to, like, stay under her. And be very wary until the chief dies. Ah, and then you get sometimes comboed like that. So many things doing 2 mask mode. Getting more masks, a little moot for so long. Yeah, when you went to, like, from, like, 5 masks to 6 masks, it's like, okay, but I still die in 3 hits. To be clear, I'm not against difficulty options as a core game design principle. They've always existed, but if devs want to make a hard game, let them. We practice discriminate in other facets of life and shown the ability to recognize that not everything is for everyone. Yep. I think it is up to the artists whether they think that it would improve or detract from the experience that they have made. I think that for some pieces of art, the difficulty is the art, and taking it away is akin to taking away the art's value in itself. Oh, yes, just hide behind it so that she sprays that with the stuff. Nice. Like, imagine Dark Souls, which has, you know, the entire narrative is about the struggle and getting back up again, and the, you know, everyone talking about you going hollow from dying so much and all of this, and you're like, what do you mean? I haven't died yet. I just put the game on easy mode. Which, like, it's very possible also to just, like, not die that much in Dark Souls, because nowadays gamers have adapted to that style of game, but sometimes that is the art. Not bad. Or if an artist says, no, the art of our game is not specifically in the challenge is just one aspect of it, and we think the art is in the story and the music and the whatever else, and so we've added an easy mode so you can, or maybe a story mode is a better way to call it, so that you can experience those things because we think that is worthwhile, then it's like, great. And if they're like, no, we think the artistry of our game is in this experience, that's great too. Let artists be artists. Let them decide how to make their art. That's always my stance. Like, I think that Liza P did a great job with difficulty options, but I don't think that a game that does not have them is, like, in some way worse for not having them. I think it's just however they would like to do it. Whatever fits with their vision. Ugh. Ah. Also, forget the game had 2 playtesters. Probably by the time we got the complete edition we'll have in Hollow Knight, it will be different. Very possible. Those diabolical runbacks in 2025 is crazy. That's true. That's something that I would be okay with seeing them fix. That technically makes the game easier. Like, I'm not against the game being easier at all, but, like, I do also want it to just be, you know, if part of their vision is having long runbacks and annoying the player with them, then, like, fair enough. You know, they're allowed to keep it that way, even if I'm like, this sucks. They're allowed to make their vision however they want, and I'm allowed to say their vision is crap sometimes. I feel like I'm kind of just rolling the dice here in Mariga. I don't know that I'm getting any better at her because, like, dodging her attacks in itself is, like, super simple. And it's just, like, the decision of whether to kill the chief first or not. So I think we just move on. Just say whatever. Close enough. Good enough. Call it a day. Serpy Bone Blade. Pretty RNG with the big dude, yeah. Rex are trash, but that's more of a quality of life thing. Yeah, yeah. Game already made it easier. Many environments now deal 1 damage instead of 2. Yeah, which I do think is a good change. For me, the art is in the aesthetic of the characters, weapons, outfits, environments, and storytelling. The difficulty and challenges for player satisfaction. As for what difficulty is, I do not like inflated damage and HP being the difficulty, but rather mechanical difficulty. I agree with the last part, but I don't agree that difficulty can't be part of the art. Like, I think the art of video games as a medium comes from the way that you as the player interact with the video game, and I think it is a different art form, but is equally valid that the gameplay can be the art, that it does not need to be, oh, the movie part of the game is the art part, the cinematics are the art part, and the gameplay is the not art part. I don't think we need to separate those. I think the gameplay can be the art. But I do agree that giant HP pools and huge damage numbers that one-shot you is, in my opinion, not the most fun way to make difficulty as well. Meant that in regards to my own work, that's your preference. Gotcha. Joint disorder that makes fast-paced games with hard difficulties a nightmare regularly, but I still want to experience the story exploration for myself. That's what mods and God mode is for personally. Yeah, and yeah, you can absolutely do that with, like, mods and stuff if you'd like to. And it's fair if you're like, I would enjoy this more if it had these things. But at the same time, you know, I can watch a movie and go, man, I would have enjoyed this more if, you know, various changes to the movie that would appeal more to me personally. But I would never go so far as to be like, if they don't make movies in the way that I personally, you know, would enjoy more, that's an issue. And like, they're, you know, because that's where I think the discourse can get too far, is like saying if a developer doesn't put in difficulty options, it's some sort of like moral failing. That it is like morally right and justified to put in difficulty options, and that not doing that is in some way like going so far as to put it as almost evil. You know, gatekeeping, exclusionary, you know, anti-disability, whatever it is that, like, it's like, no, that's a bit too far. Totally fine to say, though, I would like it if there were difficulty options. Immersion is an important part of many art forms, so in a game where the character is struggling, it makes sense to make the player struggle too. Yeah. And, you know, it's also fair that people will struggle differently. The same boss that might, you know, for some person feel like so much of a struggle that they're like, this is impossible, and it makes them put down the game, somebody else might defeat on their very first try and go, man, that was too easy. I wish I had more struggle. That was underwhelming. So, you know, it's not exactly universal experiences for everyone, but... Modded Silksong to drop more beads. That's a good mod. I should have installed that mod. That's a mod I need. Alright. On's practice. This Ons, I think, deals more damage, but has less health than the other Ons, I think. I don't know if he'll still be alive. He might die, like, instantly. The issue with the movie analogy is that the movie doesn't stop partway for a skill check. Well, it might. I mean, not stop halfway, but what if the movie is very allegorical, but you're lacking in movie literacy to understand what it's actually talking about, and so you come away from the movie with a bad experience because you take everything super literally when it's not meant to be taken super literally. You know, like, there's absolutely skill, quote unquote, in watching a movie. Not direct mechanical finger skill, but, you know, various forms of skill. There's you know, for movies that are in a foreign language, having to be able to read subtitles and read them fast enough. You need enough reading skill, reading comprehension, you know, speed reading, whatever. You know, like there's absolutely various ways in which a movie can test skills. That is not, you know, playing a video game and having the Twitch reactions. Like, even Marvel movies kind of assume you've seen all the previous ones to get context. Yeah, I'd consider that a little different, but kind of fair. Maybe attention span is a skill that a lot of movies will test, you know, because there'll be a slower movie that you need to be paying attention to understand what's going on. I don't know. All right, ons. Not actually ons, but ons. Get stabbed? If I can get backstabs on ons, I think that would be good. Yeah, it feels like I'm doing pretty decently on ons. Without too much practice. Oh! He says, baiting himself to die horribly. Oh! Yep. Well, never mind. Attention span is a high skill check. That's true. Banjo has some cool ons backstab loop tech. Ooh, actually, I would love to see that, actually. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Is it just run away to get him to do the overhead slam and then backstab him? How would you approach adding difficulty options to Sekiro? It already has with Demon Bell Kuro Charm. Yeah, it already has difficulty options. You can make the game harder. Playing the game normally is playing on easy mode. But to answer your question legitimately, I don't think Sekiro needs difficulty options, but if you were to try to make an easy mode for Sekiro, you could obviously just do the boring easy one from Lies of P, and you could just have a mode where everything has less health and deals less damage. That would be easy enough to program. Or if you wanted to get a little more creative with it, you could change the deflect animation in the files to have more frames of active deflect, so you don't have to be quite as precise on the deflects. You could do the same thing. You could have Mikiri counter, give slightly more active frames for Mikiri counter. Increase the iframes of dodge so that you could more easily dodge grabs. Oh, he tried to backstab, but it did not. Honestly, though, still just, like, not that bad. Sekiro Deflect, already very forgiving, just fast. I don't know that I would say very forgiving. Oh, I didn't load the save. But forgiving enough that I don't think it's that. Yeah, I don't think it's so strict that you would need to do that necessarily. Like I truly do think Sekiro is the type of game that anyone can finish if they put in the practice to, but I can also understand that it is the type of game that when you are, you know, 10% not good enough, it feels like you're 70% not good enough. It feels like there is like a sudden switch from like you're just barely not good enough and it feels impossible to you're just barely good enough and it feels easy. It's like very, very sudden, the switch from impossible to, wait, actually, this is easy. So it feels a lot harder than it is, because when you are just barely off of getting it, it still feels like you're miles off. Change the flex to make them easier. You could lower enemy posture damage. You could reduce the speed they regain posture, reduce the actual damage they deal, etc. Yeah, there's tons of ways you could change it, but like, I don't know. Having interacted with Sekiro so much, it's like none of that feels like it needs to be toned down whatsoever. Like, having seen the ways that you can play the game, it's like, dang, bosses do not have that much health. Dang, bosses do not have that much posture. Dang, bosses do not recover posture that quickly as long as you, like, stay on them, for the most part. Except for, like, Monk. Maybe Monk posture regen could be turned down. I don't know. Maybe you could say Sekiro bosses themselves do too much damage to Sekiro, because you do generally die in, you know, a few hits, unless you've got, like, every prayer bead upgrade. But that's what the revive is for. So I don't know. I feel like it's already pretty forgiving enough. I don't like that Sekiro feels like a single string of skill checks. I never could muster the motivation to get good enough. And I think that's fair. Like, I don't think it is the type of game for everyone, but I do think it is the type of game that if you want to master it, I don't think is beyond reach for pretty much anyone. It is just you need to have the motivation to learn it. Like, as an example from Black Moon, which is my game, because there are many instances where you're fighting many enemies at a time, there's a limit on how many actors can be attacking the PC at once, and I would make adjustments to that. Also lowering the variation of animations enemies use, as some sets are much more aggressive than others, making alterations to status, duration, and damage, etc. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Probably the FromSoft game with the lowest completion rate, so it must be pretty hard. Like, it definitely is hard, but it's hard in a masterable way. Like, I truly believe that anyone could get to that point of mastery. It's just also the one that, like, you feel like you can just kind of randomly win sometimes in other Souls games. You don't really feel like you need to have truly mastered them. And Sekiro, you're like, oh god, I have to master this. And for some people, that's like, well, I don't want to.
The type of this is clearly for everyone.
Yeah. Alright, I think that's probably good enough on Zing. We can probably move on. Starlight Shards, Pog! Sekiro, you have to play with Sekiro rules and not the other way around. Yeah, yeah. It is just like, no, master the combat system. It's not, oh, do whatever you want and, you know, make your own build whatever you want and then overpower the enemy and, you know, make it a numbers game. It's like, no. The numbers are the numbers. You need to have the skill. Sometimes when they say Souls-like, I don't think Sekiro belongs in it. Sekiro is just too different. I think it is absolutely a Souls-like. I think that if you don't count Sekiro as a Souls-like, you're not giving the Souls-like genre any room to grow or expand or innovate or change or, you know, be modernized or anything like that, because I think that it shares so many similarities in effectively everything except for like customizable like armor sets and stuff like that, which, you know, I guess for some people is like a big part of it for them, but it's so similar in so many other ways that like it really feels to me like an evolution of the genre as opposed to like a completely different genre, because it, outside of not being able to like customize the armor, it's like, yes, technically stamina is gone, but posture replaces it. Yes, technically mana is gone, but spirit emblems replace them. Yes, technically, like, right, it's like so many of the things where it's like technically it's not exactly the same, but like it's so similar in so many ways that even though it does kind of feel a little different, I think it feels to me like an evolution as opposed to a departure. Doesn't have a roll? Well, it's got a dodge, which is Bloodborne doesn't have a, well, actually I think Bloodborne does have a roll if you're not locking on. But in general, Bloodborne isn't a roll, it's a dodge. Same thing. Wouldn't class Sekiro as an RPG? I mean, it literally is, but it doesn't focus on the RPG. Okay, who did I say I was going to practice? Senesax? Am I really going to go practice Senesax? Senesax! Well, on the way I can practice ADM. ADM is a very important one to practice at low power level, because he's definitely one that you could rush. Call it a Tenchu-like because that's what they wanted to make but weren't allowed to. Yeah, but it's not a Tenchu-like. It's not. Like, I know that was originally the idea, but like if you look at the actual end product of a game, it's just not like Tenchu. It's just like vaguely similar in that it is about a shinobi and there is stealth in it. And that's kind of about it. Sekiro is an RPG and in some ways more of one than other FromSoft games. I'd say less, but like less, but not zero. Like it. Not every RPG needs to directly be strength, dex, vitality, you know. Not every RPG needs to be you collect armor with stats on it that, you know, those can be defining characteristics of some RPGs, but it's not like exclusionary, that's the only way. A sense of a role-playing game in that Sekiro forces you to learn the skills like Wolf had to. Ah, the literal word role-playing. I mean, yeah, but not usually how most people use the word. Tsushima is more Tenchu, yeah. Oh, this weapon kind of good on NPCs? At least he's not rolling out of it, so... Okay. All right. You play every game is an RPG as you role play as a character. I mean, you know, if you want to put it that way. Hello. What up, Seljuice? How goes the practice? Pretty good. We're getting pretty good at some bosses and stuff, I think. EDM spells have some wacky hitboxes. Yeah, I did know that one in particular has a particularly wacky hitbox. You have to either run very far away or get behind him, and I did not do either of those. So even though I dodged at pretty much the perfect timing, it does not matter. It lingers longer than a dodge is, so you will just get hit if you don't get far enough away. Oh. All right. ADM looks cool AF. Uchi, another katana. Seemed easy. I mean, Yeah, he's an NPC. You just follow the same script of run away, wait till he rocks towards you, hit him. Hit him, you know, up to 3 times. And then as soon as he dodges away, you go back to run away, wait till, you know, he's walking at you or he's finished his attack, hit him. That's the whole strat for every NPC. It's a very boring genre of fight. Where running away is always going to be optimal because it spends less stamina than trying to, like, dodge all their attacks. How whelming. Going full-on monkey, gorilla mode for you and Aggie, buddy. Thank you. As you should. The monkey business stocks are high. You recommend to learn parry with dagger or buckler? Buckler. I mean, but even more so than buckler, I would just use a small shield. Because buckler has slightly unique frames, whereas small shield, you can find a ton of small shields that all have the same amount of frames. So, I would say small shield would be the best for learning, but if you're like, well, I just want it to be as easy as possible, I think buckler is technically, like, the best frames. It's just unique in the frames that it has. Great pick in the Bingo Brawlers trailer, looking dashing. Thank you. It was my idea for us to look that way. Okay, let's get a little stronger. We're not going to be super strong because my Skidoo, I think, is still going to be low when we practice Senesax, but let's at least have a setup because there's no way I'd ever go for Senesax without some sort of setup. Is Rotwing good? Honestly, Axe Talisman could maybe do something here, but I don't feel like it's going to do that much. Honestly, for practice, what if I just go full defense? Dragon Crest and Pearl Drake. Maybe unnecessary with already having Ritual Shield. Yeah, I think I just go Rotwing. Honestly, for if I know I'm doing Senesax, it would be Bolt Drake, but as a general one, feels so unnecessary. Honestly, I might not even have another, like, good talisman by the time I'm at Senesax. Not because there's no talismans to get, but because I might have something like Blade of Mercy instead. Alright, whatever. Close enough. Megan mentioned Suits dancing to the Black Eyed Peas album titled Monkey Business. That's the plan. Bingo in the title, but no board on screen. Well, we are practicing for bingo. We're not bingoing to practice bingo. We're just playing to practice bingo. But we're still practicing for bingo. Carrying Retaliation is the best option if you already can parry better frames and you can parry magic and works on medium shields with the same frames. Yeah. Is it Carrying Retaliation or is Golden Parry better? How do I get bingo? Do you mean like how do you get like the mod, or is this a genuine question, or is this a make up a joke about how to get bingo question? If I remember correctly, aren't they the same frames? I think they're close, but I think they're slightly different. I don't remember how though. Golden has larger range. Yeah, I remember Golden Parry being the one that people generally said was the best, although I think there was reasons to use Carry and Retaliation instead. Sure. I hate how big of a hitbox that has. What? That usually does not hit behind him. Oh! Well, we're in a bit of a pickle now. Oops. Okay, there goes my last heal. Simply be hitless from here. Oh, and then he does the move that's gonna make me definitely not hitless from here. Yep. Yeah. Parry frame data from Elden Ring PvP Discord. Maybe it's different in PvP because those would make absolutely no sense. I don't think. Well, would they actually? Frames active. Maybe they would. Those numbers don't look right to me for PvE parry frames. Any plans to run Silksong, or is it not your jam? It would be my jam if I had time, but we got a bingo season starting. So maybe once after like the bingo season has started and I'm like set for practice and all I need to do is like, you know, practice a couple times a week to make sure I don't forget things. Maybe then I'd have time for Skong, but with the season about to start and me still having many things that I don't think I'm very good at yet, I think for now we got some practice to do. Okay, I was so far in the air, though. I'm very surprised that that hit me. Just more disciplined than Aggie. Yeah, something like that. Well, I also don't think Aggie needs as much practice as me because he's been in previous seasons. Like, he knows where stuff is. Like, he, day one coming back, was like... just knew where stuff was, had plans for it. Maybe I should just dodge that. Like, because, like, jumping over it should be easier. But it's just, like, hitting me while I'm in the air. It's just not a consistently jumpable move. Oh, oops. Slightly late on the dodge. Usually, if anything, you're early on that dodge. Cool camera. Decided to do a sick 360 there. Just barely early. Oh, really? Got random lightning twice. Didn't have enough time to heal and dodge. Oh, man. Darn. I was playing so well. And then we got double random lightninged. Under level flask? No, we've got fully leveled flask. Or oh, you mean for base game? Yeah. Oh, that felt like that hurt way early. Oh, what a blade surge. Oh, we're on a mountain now. I don't like this. This is gonna be really awkward. Whoa! Random lightning while on a hill. We'll see how this turns out. Can you get off the hill? It's just making all the hitboxes linger longer. Oh, how is fire on a hill gonna work? Okay, pretty normally at least. Okay, we're mostly off the hill. Oh, stop going back on the hill. Oh. Okay, that brought us down a good bit. No, you jerk. Stop going up there. And he's going further up. It's just messing up the hitboxes so badly. Yeah, it just killed me because of the messed up hitboxes from the hill. Man. That's so dumb. I think over half the hits I took there were just from the hitboxes getting messed up on the hill. And he just wouldn't get on. He just wouldn't come down. He finally came down a little and then went even higher up. What kind of energy drink did I get? I got Monster Ultra Strawberry Dreams Zero Sugar. Ow. The hardest duel boss, camera and terrain, yep. Spooky. Oops. That's the move I thought he was doing. Stop with the random lightning, please. Well, we are now very low on heals left, and he's only halfway down.
Is this a new Monster Hunter game?
You know, the boss fight is taking about as long, but you know, actually longer even probably than... No, don't go up there again, but I have to chase you. Stop. We are once again going to die on this hill. I would not have chosen this hill to die on, but we're here nonetheless. Well, no heals left. It is what it is. We don't get shenanigans. It still could be possible. But not getting shenanigans on Senesax is not a good bet. There's a shenanigans already. There's another shenanigans. There's a third shenanigans, this stupid hill. Only upside being up the hill is you aren't in water anymore, so the lightning hurts less. I mean, that's true, but then all of the timings of all of the lightnings gets thrown off, so you dodge when you should and you get hit anyway. It's a guaranteed death if he goes up on the hill. Because all of the timings get thrown off. Sometimes the lightning disappears in the hill and you don't have to worry about it at all and you're like, hooray! And other times, it just appears in a really weird spot, so it's like way further from you. Takes 10 extra frames to reach you, and your roll has ended and you die. Sure, that was too late. Stop going up on the hill. There we go. Get you away from that little hill. Oops. Oh, really? No way. Come on. Oh. Yeah, there are squares specifically that mention Senesax. There's also one that mentions between the base game and DLC, kill a worm, dragon, drake, and ancient dragon. So this would be an ancient dragon. I think there is a 0% chance you ever have your DLC player do Senesax over your base game player doing Lanciax, but technically a possibility. Okay, sure. Yep, sure. What type of dragons would Bale and Plassey fall under? Bale is a drake, I'm pretty sure, but I don't think he would count as any of those, because I don't think it says drake in the name. And then Plassey would be an ancient dragon, but I also don't think counts for ancient dragon, but I'm not sure. And this guy without Dahugaca will be annoying. Well, you can't guaranteed get Dahugaca, so. Killing this guy is just always annoying because they made all of his hitboxes just the absolute worst hitboxes in the game. They're all inconsistent. They all last absurdly long. They're all absurdly large. They all are affected by the terrain, so they can affect you at different times depending on the exact terrain that's there, which is like a cardinal sin no-no of do not do this with your hitboxes. They can frame trap you just like that one did. Truly some of the most terrible game design. Yo, what up, dehydrated camel? Like an utterly failed example of the boss doesn't attack and then there's like an aftershock after, which is a common enough like attack trope, but utterly failed on this one. Is this boss technically a chicken? Are dragons dinosaurs? Yes. Am I the worst for not hating him? You sure about that? I watched the end of that fundraiser bingo match we did. You sure you can find it in your heart to not hate Senesax? Caught. I will never forgive Senesax for the crimes they've committed. The crimes of hitboxes that just kind of hit you out of nowhere for no reason. Like, you can't time a roll any better than that. That's just the correct timing, but because of the terrain, it just, like, got stuck and went in a weird direction. You can jump that aerial dive he does. Jump attack for it is nice. Oh, yeah, I have seen people do that. It's like a single hit extra punish. I don't think that makes, like, a big deal on the fight, but I could do that. Hill issue, actually, though. So the new update to play, right? Yep, I'm playing on the newest update. Issue +2. Yep, that is a definite +2 from me. Sure, that hit me. Oh. I mean, all right. Goodbye, Torrent. Sure, that hit me. Sure, that hit me. What terrain is causing this? Aw, just barely late. Okay, and that kills from 80% health. Alright. Okay. Would anything with Black Flame be good against him? I have no idea how Black Flame works with Ancient Dragons, but probably. I mean, I would not be using this weapon in an actual match. I would be using something with bleed, like Nagakiba, or Uchi Katana, or Rakshasa's Great Katana. Even Morningstar would be better than what I currently have. Iron Balls, maybe. Without being able to stagger, honestly, Iron Balls might be worse than Knight's Greatsword, but I kind of intentionally chose the bad weapon that I have so that I could get the most practice. Sure, nice terrain. That was a bad time to heal. Sorry, Torrent. Edge Torrent. Sent to the glue factory where he belongs. That's right. Too many times he hasn't let me double jump. Was that? I mean, I missed, but was that kind of... Full contact with his body, no hitbox at all. Okay, but like, to do that, it's just like stand further back, like further like away from him before I do the jumping part. There kind of look to be contact with his body. That I kind of feel like there may have. Because I'm pretty sure I was still in the air there. Maybe that jump was a tiny bit early? Can sleeping be considered one-directional time travel? Everything can be considered one-directional time travel. Okay, wait, I think I got it that time. I did a sprinting jump instead of a standing jump. Ah, yep, that's nice. Okay. Huzzah! Alright, Skidoo 4, I think. Plus 24, no status, great sword. No buffs. Very basic, mediocre talismans. Level 42. Xenosax. That's gotta be good enough practice. Holy. If you're crouching heal, you can drink both Estus types in the same animation. It's kind of sick. Yeah, I've seen that. Sure, that's all the Xenosax practice you're gonna need, right? Surely that's enough. Surely, come on. That's gotta be enough. Basically a free fight at this point, yeah. Should I practice Bale? I feel like I'm pretty good at Bale. There's one attack of Bale that I consistently get hit by. Man, that's when he flies up in the air, does the, like, the sweep across with the breath, and then does, like, the breath that goes in a line that then explodes again after. I get hit by the breath exploding again after, every single time. Because it just lingers literally too long. Like, you just can't iframe it with your dodge. So the only way to do it is to go at, like, a weird diagonal angle, do, like, a half-a-second sprint, then dodge. It's, like, really weird. And it's, like, the only way to avoid it. At least consistently. Practice on that tutorial boss? Yeah. I still cannot get behind Bale being, like, the best or even one of the best bosses in the game. I think he's got some absolutely atrocious hitboxes, but at least he's a whole lot better than Xenosax. All right, let's just grab a last talisman here, and we can get a few more Skidoo, maybe even. Although I don't think I need to. I think I'm better at Bale. Imagine Domo sneaking in a level 500 Soldier of God. As he should. He deserves to be level 500, at least. With how powerful he should be. God, Soldier of Rick. Yo. What up, Danny? Without insurance, without strength, without friends, without motivation, without a girlfriend, without the will to... So, like every bench press. All right. Curse you, Bale. Uh... Ow. Oh, cool lightning. Oh my god. Nice lingering hitbox. Nice lingering hitbox. Yep, just do a move with no punish twice in a row. Yep. Sure. Okay. My brain is 90% rot. I'm sorry. We gotta reach 100%. Gotta pump those numbers up. Don't know why, but I hate the dragon fights in Souls games. I do think most, if not all of them, are pretty bad actual fights. That, focus on the cinema over good attack design and hitboxes and such. Sure. Not just from you, but from them as well, where, like, dragons are so, like, if you hit me in the head, you'll get way more damage. But I'm never going to put my head in range for you to actually attack it. That would be silly. I'm just going to taunt you with wanting some juicy hits, not actually giving them to you. Fail being a bit of an exception, you can hit him in the head a good bit of the time, but... I mean, have they ever solved any incredibly large boss? Like, I don't even know that dragons are unique. Have they ever had, like, a truly peak boss that was, like, significantly larger than player size? Demon of Hatred is pretty cool. Well, that's the exception that proves the rule, because Sekiro... Guardian Ape, I would also probably say is a better example, because I think a lot of people don't like Demon of Hatred still. For a lot of the reasons that people don't like a lot of big bosses. But I feel like Guardian Ape gets around that better, but... It is, again, it's Sekiro, so it skirts around all the problems in design in that, okay, but it's just fun to deflect and get posture out of things. It's a cheat code. I wouldn't consider Dancing Lion truly peak, nor would I consider him large enough to be like a large boss. Like, he's bigger than the player for sure, but I feel like he's still in that same like realm of person sized. And even at that size, the camera has issues. Almost. Got it. That is the attack I did want to practice, so... Giant boss without camera issues. What about Wolnir? I don't know that I'd say Wolnir is peak. Wolnir, you don't really like target as much. I mean, you do, but like you target like his, you know, specific weak points. Then go practice on bosses. Yeah, that's what I've been practicing so far today. Has been the bosses. Well, I'm gonna die. I mean, you'd never get to Baal on this low of power level, but for practice, I should be able to beat him on this low of power level anyway. Okay, sure, that hit me. Realized I could not jump and then uninstalled. Ow. was not what I was hoping for. Cool. Oh, an actual avoidance of it. One of my first times ever. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I thought that was it again. Excuse me, excuse me. Oh, that was really close. Yeah, there was nothing I could do. Yeah, if you get hit by that first part, it's just a full death. There's nothing you can do. You will get hit by one of the two other parts because you can't be running. Damn. Guaranteed death. Give me a random number 1 through 4, please. 1. Can't you block it? You can't. Actually, I have no idea. I don't even know what direction you would try to block it from. Like, what direction it officially counts as originating from. But I suppose if you knew that, you might be able to. Let me out. What? I expected the... Oh, it was really close to being the right timing. What? What do you mean there was a hitbox there? What? What? What do you... What? No offense, why are you awake? What do you mean, why am I awake? Why wouldn't I be? I think Spud said he was stuck on Bale for like 20 minutes in our practice match today. I honestly am not scared of Bale whatsoever at appropriate setup that you would be at the end of a match. But at Skidoo 4, weapon with no status whatsoever, no physic flask, no buffs, no maidens, mediocre talismans. I mean, I like, this is like a decent talisman setup. I shouldn't disparage the talismans. The talismans are fine. They're the one part of the build that's actually pretty good. Yeah, it's rough out here. This is hard. Why so little damage? For practice. The less damage you do, the more time you get to practice. And the more confident that you'll be when you finally get it, you know, that you're like, okay, if I can do it, you know, with this setup, then I can easily do it with, you know, twice as much damage and half as much damage taken in a real match. Sure. You know who else I need to practice? Consort, without parries. With parries, oh, it's Jover for him. I got his number. Without parries is tough. Nice. Don't let him explode. Particular combo's a little awkward. Nice. I've done it again. Yes, Domo, if we're allowed to buy parry. Yeah, that would be an important thing to know. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're at least allowed to buy, you know, a shield with parry if it's in the round table. Can you just buy parry? Is that just like in round table? Awesome. Awesome. Because he landed on me and not behind me, it's a hitbox that lasts literally like 3 times as long as your roll, so you're guaranteed hit into random explosion under my feet that I can't avoid. Awesome. Bernal's Bell Bearing is at round table, but it's been banned to buy anything from it up until now. Huh. Then why is it there? Ah, cool. Die. Yo, 4K Dio. Yo, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Sure. We love Elden. Those rings, they do be Elden. This DLC got you a build tilted, yeah. That is understandable. That one shot from full health with Ritual Shield? What? What? That had to have just hit multiple times, right? That doesn't make sense. I don't think that's supposed to happen. I got a little indecisive there. Must have hit twice. Hello. I see not what else could have happened if not for it hitting twice. Sure. Nice. Practicing under the worst possible circumstances makes sense. This is like worse than the worst possible circumstances. There's no way you'd ever do Bale at Skidoo 4. Like, it would actually be just worth your time to go level up to Skidoo like 7 or 8 or something and come back to Bale. Like, it would actually just save you time. But you know, we do be practicing. Oh, a guy who did it Skidoo 3. I don't I don't think that would be optimal. You could, but... Oh boy. Yes! A successful full dodge. I'm getting better at it. That was a bad idea. Can you just stop doing the ones where you breathe fire at the end and I get no punish? Ah, not quite. Almost, though. Sure, okay, bud. Oh, sure, okay, bud. Oh no. Am I gonna be too close to the wall? Oh, just barely not too close. Huzzah! All right. I don't need a divine grass. I kill Bale without a full heal. Okay, now I guess we get like full setup, and then we go do the old Mesmer Romina consort play. So I can practice consort with no parry. Okay, so full setup. Golden Vow. Flame grant me strength. Make it frosty. Opaline and thorny, I suppose. I think that's it. Ready your gauze. Get enough faith. Send the rest into strength, because why not? Okay, so what things can even have Savage Lion's Claw on them? Nagakiba can have Savage Lion's Claw on it to be made cold. Cold and bleed Nagakiba. Interesting. Would make perfect sense. Or Cold and Bleed Morningstar, honestly, would be pretty good as well. Or Cold Balls. But let's go with none of those. For even better practice. And as much as I'm gonna hate this, not summoning Horn Scent for Mesmer in case that's necessary, and in case I have to fight Horn Scent with Leda and friends, which is gonna suck. I feel like Nagakiba is the best katana to get that isn't a great katana. It might be. It might be. Yeah. It's a very, very, very good one. Regular Uchi does do just more damage, but the range on Nagakiba is huge. Is that a bingo mod to have Kali with all the items? Yes, yes it is. I don't think the hitbox is very big on cold balls. Yeah, they do shrink. So that does make sense. I'm thinking just purely because Piercing Fang. Nagakiba that I bought does not have Piercing Fang. Its default Ashavor is Unsheath, and it does not come with Piercing Fang. Unsheath is very good, though. I think Unsheath is better than Piercing Fang, right? Didn't pick it up. No, bought it from Round Table. But I mean, getting Piercing Fang so that you can reapply it with a status would be very good. Is Piercing Fang objectively better than Impaling Thrust? I believe it's objectively worse. But we had this discussion, and I believe we came out with the feeling that it's objectively worse, but not as worse as I thought. Because I thought Impaling Thrust was amazing and Piercing Fang was bad. But I think we discovered, no, they're both good. But I think still Impaling Thrust is better. Dragonhunter's Great Katana is a great katana, sadly, but it's one of the best. What do you mean, sadly? Dragon Hunter's Great Katana is incredible, and part of that reason is because it is a great katana, and great katanas are incredible. Oops, that was way early of a dodge. Oopsies. And that's a full one-shot.
In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
If shrinking decreases volume but keeps the mass, does it mean that cold balls have higher density and therefore more damage? Well, mass is the damage, not density. But they would have more density, yes. That is how cold works. Ugh. That just missed? Okay. Hey, Janelle, thank you for the gifted sub, the Burb. Burb, you should feel honored. AGNL messed up their 69 gifted subs for you. Nice. Your 69 gift subs. Worth it for Burb. That's right.
upon thee.
All right. Mesmer down. Foe of my beloved people. In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield. Oh, whoops, not loft. Mesma. Oh? Mm. Well done, I've been subbed for 2 years on and off, mostly by AGNL. She seems to want to do just that. Yep. Sometimes the best way to be subbed is to just make friends with somebody who likes gifting subs. Or the other best way is to simply exist as someone who is partnered and or, you know, known in the community, and then just say anything in chat and get a gifted sub. Works 60% of the time, it works every time. Let me tell you. Make friends with Bored Oil Baron. Yep. You turn off the check mark, nothing happens. You keep that check mark on, suddenly it becomes check mark plus sub badge. Check mark equals pay to win. Yep. Always has, always will. You're me trying to get Twitch checkmark. Good luck. We're all counting on you. On mark is almost as good already. Almost. But see, I feel like mods, more than streamers, the chat expects to pay for their own subs. Accept old mods who aren't around much. But then you have to be recognized. It depends on, right, because, like, the check mark makes you recognizable, but... yeah, an old mod who isn't around as much, if somebody recognizes them, will be like, I remember you around. I want to gift you a sub. But if you're old enough and not around enough, then... also, yo, Ben! Thank you for the YouTube membership, is what it's called, because subscribing on YouTube is just following. Yo. Ben SKG celebrates 2 months of membership. Speaking of subscribers, the way it formats that in my alert box is a little weird. But yo, let's go. Thank you, Ben. Aw. I was trying to see if I could get hitless Romina. We're doing well on it, and then she just did the one awkward side swipe. Oh, and then the butterflies got off-angled because she was at the wall. Nice. On YouTube, instead of resub, do you say, do you remember? Probably. Specifically the Alamo. I prefer to remember the 5th of November. What about the 21st night of September? We just missed the 21st. Well, do you remember it then? I mean, it was just last night, so surely you remember. Surely you remember. You expect me to remember 24 hours ago? No, night. Oh, the 21st night of September. So, like, depending on your time zone, Maybe like 6 hours ago? Maybe like 12 hours ago? It's 9 p.m. already for you. I guess it is 24 hours ago for you then. You know, that's fair then, that you wouldn't remember. That's like forever ago. Whole mind-numbing workday between now and the 21st night of September. That's, yeah. Does practicing bingo for me count as a mind-numbing workday? Yes. Okay, good. Senesax is pretty mind-numbing. Yeah. 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 And Skidoo for bail. Sometimes it's just a bad day at work. That's a real bad day at work, yeah. Would you rather go to your job that you currently have right now, whatever it may be, or for the equivalent number of hours have to fight Senesax? I'm unemployed, so I see this as a win. Fight Senesax, okay. I feel like an equivalent amount of time I'd rather be teaching students than fighting Senesax. Eight hours teaching or 8 hours fighting Senesax? I'm teaching. My students follow you? Well, I don't teach anymore, so there would be no current students to follow me, but there have been a few former students that have followed. Yeah. My Senesax, because at least I don't need to be good at it. Okay. Less pressure there. Because I didn't say winning. I didn't say you had to win against Senesax. That's true. Literally make fun video games or fight a bad boss in a video game, all take work. That actually does sound like good work. And our ally. Because I wanted to practice horn scent.
Lord of the Earth Tree, Lord of Marika, you deserve to face the reckoning.
God. This combo is so brutal. Come on, Natan. Ah! Natan! Help! All right, Leda, you versus me. Did she just try to backstab Natan? That's illegal. No, Dane, get off me. I'm fighting Leda. Oh. All right, nice job, Natan. Oh, the wall. Nope. Nice flask, idiot. Easy first try. The wall. Meow. What type of bingo will this be? Normal or rando? Randomized weapon, otherwise normal. Horned Warrior's sword is a curved sword. Who the heck even is Leda? Like, where did she come from? She follows Mikola. Oh. One since loincloth is soiled. Ew. Yep. Where did she come from? Where did she go? Well, I can tell you where she went. To the Shadow Realm. that was a bad idea. Yep, that's what I expected. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, every time I heal, he just does not give enough time. I just have to run from this. Full run. which also means he's gonna do that. Oh, I really thought that was a long enough window to get an attack punish in, but I guess not. Are there any get X can do level squares? Yes, yes there are. Yo, what up, you flower? Grandma. Ooh. Okay. Oh my gosh, again? Not this time. Nice. Woo. Oh, okay. Plenty of health. Yeah. All right. Do it again now. Do it again now. Like, I don't feel like I'm, like, terrible at the Radon fight, for sure. Like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. But there's definitely a few times that I get hit where I shouldn't. Ooh. Your Twitch audio keeps breaking. That's unfortunate. Oops. A little too late on that. That's okay. Okay, pretty clean. Unfortunately, he did the T-pose even though we ran up and hit him. Grandma. Whoops. Oh, no takeoff for you. Wow, clean. Clean, clean, clean. Ooh. All right. Okay, I mean, I feel pretty good with that. That it was only a few tries of practice, but like I still feel pretty good with that. Okay, what else do we want to practice? Maybe Metter? I hardly know her? Metter is the subject of 3 different squares, so it's like very likely that she comes up. So clean, you could eat off it. Ooh. Okay, so let's say that we were gonna do Metter. Midra or Meter? I would need a lot more practice on Meter than on Midra. Midra I feel pretty comfy with. Dancing Lion also might be an okay practice, but I'd probably want to start over. Because Dancing Lion you do more early than the amount of Skidoo I have right now. But I hardly know her. That's why. I gotta know her better.
It is an inland thing that allow me.
All right. We do a little run around gathering things. I should probably also, I think there's some skips that like I should practice that I don't. The problem is I don't remember the skips that I need to remember to practice. Oh, I could practice the one for the Skidoo fragment right there. At the loft that Tom was telling me there's an easier way around. That's like unfailable and only like 5 to 10 seconds slower. When does Bingus commence? October 3rd, so less than 2 weeks. Also, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back on the long elevator. I'm back. Does he need 2 laundry baskets? I think that's 3. 3? Well, there's 4 total. There's one behind those ones. It's so that I don't have to do laundry that often. I don't want to do laundry every week. It's a lot of laundry baskets. Sometimes you got laundry. No speed runs for laundry, yeah. I was gonna defend you and say you divide up on color and temperature requirement. Well, I do. One for whites. One for standard colors, like shirts. Another one for standard colors like shirts, because I go through them more often, so they'll fill up 2 baskets by the time that the others fill up 1 basket. And one for like heavier stuff, like pants and towels and whatnot. Shrimple. I feel like that's not that outlandish. People still separate laundry? I don't know if you need to, but yes. I mean, it also makes it easier to put away, because then you've got a basket all of things that you can put away together, but, you know. From that far away. The entire zone away. Secret is just not having white clothing? Not even socks? There are colors of socks other than white? Your socks are all black. Okay, okay. Don't have any white socks, huh? All my socks are white. Except for the Wukong ones that they sent me. That I showed off on stream. And, one pair of cup noodle socks. That we bought with leftover tickets at an arcade. They are not very comfy, but they are cup noodle socks, which is kind of funny, so. Only have 2 types of laundry, clothes and household, aka towels, kitchen towels, that kind of stuff. Christmas sock is also white? I have no Christmas socks. Bye, Flora, thanks. She usually gives a hammer? I got socks you can wear one time a year. Well, you know, any day can be Christmas if your heart has the Christmas spirit in it. You wear those socks. On the 17th of June. Been asking streamers, I need a 2.0 GPA this semester to stay in college. What should I do afterwards to motivate me to do it? Something that you do after you get the 2.0 GPA? I mean, I think it would be more... Well, for me, it would be more motivation, like, during than just, like, I'll only get this after. Because I know... For me, it's like the hardest part isn't the motivation to, like, in general commit to doing it at some point. It's the, like, how do I get myself to do it right now, this moment? Because procrastination was my biggest issue. So being like, yeah, there's a reward eventually for the end of the semester, whatever, doesn't get me to start on the assignment now because I'm like, but I'll still get the assignment done if I start it in 3 days, surely. And then it's like, oh god, I will not get it done if I start it in 3 days. So I'd come up with smaller things for individual, you know, assignments, grades on tests, etc.
The conceit is then the answer never was America, and this known, and we have ever knew that it's no tragic that he would feel come in the play. Do you America? Well, it is their mother fingers. We all are new.
Unless you're seriously just like, oh, I don't even want to get a 2.0. I need something to motivate me to even want to have a 2.0, in which case, like, yeah, maybe something big at the end is appropriate. But for me, it was all about the, like, I just need to start. Why do you do both whistle locations? Only one is enough to fight Metter. That is incorrect. You need both to fight Metter. I may be too powerful for this to be, like, great practice. I feel like Anna was too easy. I didn't even play great. Will I play Minecraft someday? Maybe? I need something to motivate myself during the semester is solid advice. Appreciate it. Have a good stream, big dog. Yo. Thank you. And hope it works out for you. I think for me, it was basically like... once things are done, I can, you know, stay up whatever, playing games or watching shows or whatever it is I wanted to do. And if I didn't have my things done, it was like, okay, I should get to bed early to make sure that I have time to get them done the next day. And since I wanted to stay up doing things, it was like, let's make sure to get that stuff done. Yeah, I'm pretty powerful. Even with this no status weapon, I just like have enough skidoo, I guess. But would I be likely to have this much skidoo in an actual match? I feel like I would. Maybe I'm over leveled because I've done like consort. Okay, cool. We got double early hitboxed. Dang. Let's just say Japanese. This is one I actually do know. Yes, that was just Japanese. Rules are the rules. And AGNL is a good mod. True. The English only. I did know that one, but would still delete that and be like, I know what that means, but still. Why lock off during the laser? It was to put my head down, which I don't know if it makes any difference. But I was hoping that that made it more likely that I didn't get hit by the laser while I was like slightly late to start running. And I didn't get hit by the laser, so I think it might have worked. I could also control where I was going a little better to end up exactly at the right spot if I wanted.
let's answer the FAQ of this chat. Are you a weeb or a weeb in denial? Also, why are you in denial of who you truly are?
Ah, simple. I am neither. Ooh. Put out so I can do it again. FMA is your top 1 anime of all time. You know, it's a lot of people's. I think it's kind of mid. Not bad, but I wouldn't put it anywhere near the top of any of my lists. Someone who hates CS2, of course, you know you have terrible taste in games and everything, of course. Let Michael cook. FMA starts off real slow, not gonna NGL, but ends real strong. I do think yeah, it ends strong. I would say I kind of feel like more in the mid is where it drags than at the start, but it's mostly like, I don't think it's bad, but I think I saw the potential that it could have been from the 2003 whatever version that started out infinitely better. Then went off the rails at the end, but started off infinitely better. And it was like, oh, that's the tone this story could have had. Oh, no laser for you. Too easy. Do it again. What's your take on Kimetsu no Yaiba? You mean Demon Slayer? Oh, it's good. Watched the movie with friends yesterday. Well, I guess now 2 days ago at this point. It's fun. It's probably not the greatest thing ever, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Really, I find it incredibly mid. When did you become weeb? Never. I would never be weeb. The reason they glanced over so much at the start with Brotherhood was sadly because the 2003 already existed, and they just wanted to get to the point where it originally split from the manga. That's understandable. I don't mind them, like, skipping over some stuff. It's just, like, the tone was just off. And, like, I know that's the tone of the manga, is to, like, throw in the random comedic stuff to cut the tension and whatnot. But, like, the 2003 one had some comedy, but, like, kept it serious in the serious moments, and it worked so much better, in my opinion. They'll be in the middle of like, oh my god, Soylent Green is people! And then wacky, you know, haha, he's short joke. 2 seconds later. No laser for you. Alright, once again, too clean of a meter. I hardly know her. I think I need to fight her with like an unupgraded weapon or something. Why don't we swap me over to the unupgraded Uchi? It'll eventually bleed her. So it shouldn't be like the worst thing ever, but it should be a lot worse than what I was using. Answering all the weeb questions, knowing everything, he just fell into my trap. He's a true weeb. No, no, no. I would never be. I'm simply knowledgeable. I have approximate knowledge of many things. That's all I can spoiler-free say. Yeah, like... If you've watched the show, you know that there's flashbacks in the show, and the movie also has flashbacks that are like they would be in the show, because it's still from the same manga that still has the same stuff, so... But I guess, yeah, probably some people maybe expected a movie to be more... only the action. Oh, they'll just do the flashbacks in the anime, but it's like... But this is the last. This is the end. The final arc. more mana flask. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Oh, imagine doing Metter as your killer boss with a +0 weapon. uh... Does this boss even matter? Love the new team, Breast Buddies. Yeah, that's definitely the team name. Domo definitely accepted that team name. That's the one. 420,000 runes. Nice. Nice. Any other bosses I want to practice? Oh, I said Dancing Lion. Dancing. A little Dancing Lion with a +0. 31 new GX users. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Last time we had quite a few more, but I wasn't expecting to get the same number again because that's hard when so many of you have already downloaded it and tried it out and presumably loved it. So I knew we weren't going to get, you know, all the regulars to download again because it wouldn't count. So 31 new users is pretty good. Although we could pump those numbers up. Gonna stay full for the next month. That's right. Did you practice Giant Hand? No, I have not. I don't know that there's much to practice. Monkey business, internally known as Breast Buddies. Yep. Magnesium deficiency is common. So awake, alert, and your hook as Pudge was 90% accurate in your last Pudge game. Wow. Calling yourself breast buddies is a real monkey business move. Yeah. Hmm. Definitely in the pocket of big magnesium. Yep. Surely they don't enter the arena with us. Huzzah! Okay, sure. Love me some random lightning. Get a little away from him and jump that. Oh, he does an extra. Yeah, see, this is why I need to practice. I'm surprised I did not get hit by that. Ah! No! Frame trapped. Is Divine Beast Dancing Lion actually tankier than Metter? It feels like it. But, like, surely there's no way. I guess it's just, like, he's resistant to slash and she's weak to it. Seems right. Metter should have more HP at least. Yeah. What? There's no way. All right. Oh. do not think I'm winning this one. Okay, maybe. Use a randomizer in the DLC, can use base game weapon. Yes. A DLC weapon can be randomized into a base game weapon. Oh, jump too close. My bad. Okay. Success. Now do it again. Whew, and I was out of heals when he had like a quarter health left. Look at this noob. Doesn't even know how to upgrade his weapon. SMH. I love when a random lightning prevents me from getting the riposte. That move is so dumb. The hitbox on it, you obviously can't just dodge through it. You have to try to run to the side of it and like... The tracking on it is just good enough that it's just gonna... They set up a problem with one solution, and then that solution doesn't even always work. No, really? Okay, well. Oh, cool. Apparently healing there was too slow. Sure, okay. 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 What? All right, sure. 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 Real Lance, that grab attack is real. They do that to a cabbage. I am the cabbage now. Love the curse randomized deflect only with Zoodle and Tom. You should do it again someday. You know, I'm not sure we would do exactly that again, but that was fun. I just love when I get hit by random lightning like 4 times in a row. Nice. Now we're getting better. I said it was fun, but the other two didn't seem to like it. Yeah. It was one of the most cursed experiences I've had in Elden Ring, but sometimes it's the curse that makes it fun. All right, there it is. Whew. Okay. Cool. With that, one of the most cursed experiences you've had in Elden Ring so far. True, true. With that, I think that's all the bosses I'd want to practice. Right? Any other DLC bosses you think would cause me trouble I'd want to practice? Like, maybe PK, but, like, we've gotten some good practice on him with just matches recently. What even other bosses, like, are there? There's, like, random NPCs. I guess I could just throw my head against NPCs for forever, like Rakshasa and Knight of the Solitary Jail and stuff. But, like, I know how to fight them. They just are very slow and boring and annoying. Maybe Death Knight? I don't know. After playing DLC with Great Katana, why normal Katana movement seems slow? I know, like it's faster, but it feels like it's mostly like it's really short range, so it feels like you just get less opportunities to just like poke with it. What's the boss you hate the most in the DLC? Personally, might be Rolana. She like grinds my gears the most, but I don't think she's like the worst. I just like she just grinds my gears. Probably like Metter or Senesax. If of like the main bosses, probably Metter. Of all the bosses, probably like Senesax or maybe Lamenter, or it's not technically a boss, but if you count it, then it definitely is the top of the list. Worst of all, everything is Leda and Friends. Metter, I hardly know her. What really grinds my gears? Friction. Hating Rolana more than Senesax? No, I probably don't. I probably hate Senesax more. I probably do still hate Senesax more, but Rolana's like the sleeper pick of like other people seem to like her, but I don't like her nearly as much as others. Whereas Senesax, we can just like all agree is bad. You know, it's like I don't have to be contrarian with Senesax. It's just like it's just bad in all ways. Whereas Rolana has just enough cool factor that a lot of people really like her, and I'm like, but I don't. She, as a personal hate pick from me, if there's one boss that I just get to do a hate pick instead of like they're actually that bad, just like I just don't like them, it's Rolana. I do think she's not as good as people think either, but I don't think she's as bad as like Senesax or Meta or whatever. But like, I still don't think she's good. When Bingo Weekly start? October 3rd. All these worse than PCR? Yeah. PCR might be harder than all of them, but I think PCR is like a fine boss. I wouldn't put him like as like a top tier or nothing, but like I think he's fine. I think PCR is definitely like perfectly fine now that they got rid of the cross slash being a frame trap. Worse than Leda? Well, Leda's technically not a boss, but no, Leda is the worst of all. Leda is my pick for hating, my pick for actually worst. Just Leda and Friends is just blah, 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 but technically not counted as a boss for boss lists. You ever heard of the Boss Arena mod? I think so. Anywho, I think that's good for practice for tonight. I think we ended here. I got done with, I think, all of the bosses that I really wanted to practice. I'm sure we'll run into more as we start doing, like, square practice, and then we start doing full board practice. We'll run into other bosses, and if we run into another boss that it's like, oh, man, I really do suck at this boss, I keep losing to it, then we'll practice that as well. But for now, I think we got the big ones that I wanted. I think we did. If PCR has no haters, I am no longer of this earth. Yep. All right. Let's raid DS2 stream now. All right, that's right. Just in time to do an 8-hour DS2 stream now at this point. Yep, that's exactly it. That's perfect. All right, let's raid. I know you guys don't want to be watching no Skong. No Skong, but we've got someone in Elden Ring. Ainrun, who's doing, if he takes damage, he loses a level. And possibly other things. His title's a little cut off for me, but I can see take damage equals lose level. So, we shall send the gamers on over there. Thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.